plays good, everything's all good. Or if he just plays decent, like
and that's all he did last night.
Crazy.
Like he played okay.
Just play decent. Don't turn the ball over. Everything else will be fine. The Yankees are playing right now. I guess I'll turn that on.
Oh, I have to put that on. Shoot. Public Enemy. Big J. Tribe. Sorry, guys. I'm just texting the dope ones real quick. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Why does that count so low? Is it Twitch? Oh, it is. Of course, it's Twitch. Come on, Twitch. What's going on here?
Come on.
Twitch be lagging. We got some updates. We got some upgrades coming to our broadcast coming up here pretty soon. Probably as soon as Friday.
Nice.
We're going to be everywhere.
That's what I was going to do. Let's see. How you guys doing today, man? So I got a question. Hey, we got a little less than a minute. Jesse, Damien, chat. How do you guys deal with a dead rat around the house?
A dead rat?
Mm-hmm.
Move.
This one's dead. He's
it's
outside.
Not a mouse. It's a rat.
No, it's a rat.
Move.
I mean, he's not. I don't want to make it like he's the thing that Martin and Pam would fight, but
got them.
He's
one of them bad news brown rats that's like that big.
I mean, he is dead. That's the good thing. It's outside, and I just gotta figure out how to get him up.
You just scoop it up with like a rake or a.
Well, he's in a storage box.
Oh, he's just like a rat hotel.
Let's not even speak that into existence.
What do you mean a storage box? A storage box like you had something in it? Like is your like, storage box?
Yeah, like outside.
You put box away then. Just oh. Wow.
Right. See, now you're talking crazy. Me grab the rat?
No.
Nah, bro. I don't know if I'm grabbing the rat. I need to get one of them, little things where you pull the trigger and it scoops up.
Damn. Oh. Like, man, the rat's already dead. Like, what you doing all that for? Where are the Yankees at?
Well, it's on MLB TV, but it is the MLB TV free game of the day. So if you have the app, you should be able to watch it.
Here. No, gosh dang it.
Yeah, man. I'm not trying to.
Oh, good.
I'm not trying, but I have to. It's my job. Figure out a way to get this done.
It is your job.
He's just sitting there, just dead. The hell are you doing in here?
Well, it's a storage box. I was just kicking it. I mean, Sherilyn Beemore says just have Reese do it. He'll probably like it.
Oh, we can't even let him know it's in
Dad,
there.
that's cool. It's a little rat. I agree with Will Z. We might need this on IG. Just, I don't know if Jazzy 510 is listening, but I'm gonna need to IG this live.
There's a good amount of things that I'll put on IG live. That won't be one of them.
A little real. Hey, what's good here on this Tuesday, 4th day of October? We welcome you in here to Deal with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, happy day! Oh, happy day! Oh, happy day!
Beautiful day.
When Keegan walked.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Debo walks.
Yeah, it works too. Debo, Keegan, kind of the same. Kind of the same.
When Ufanga walks?
Ufanga, Davion. I mean, like they're all kind of the same. You can find similarities between the 49ers and the Kings. Of course, we're riding high after both of those teams win last night. And we don't give a damn if one of them only won in preseason. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have fun talking about it. And we're not going to look down on the Sacramento Kings winning a preseason game. Of course, the 49ers just own the Rams in the regular season. It is just bizarre, but you're right. It is what it is. However, we laid out the groundwork for the San Francisco 49ers getting that win last night in Santa Clara. And shout out to Kyle Shanahan for popping into D-Lo and KC because they followed that game plan to a T. From the 2 sacks by Nick Bosa to the defensive points to just getting a Jimmy Garoppolo that's okay. They walked away with a victory. Of course, we will talk a lot about that San Francisco 49ers win. As the day rolls along, we've got Kings tickets your way coming up in the final hour. We got Jason Jones coming up in the final hour. James Ham, ? Yes, James Ham on a Tuesday. James, hey, you need me today? That's the sign that James wants to talk. Anytime James texts, hey, do you need me? It means he's ready to talk, and he'll be with us. I think about 2:47. Eric Crocker might be with us. We hope that he is. Power rankings
busy
coming up.
Man. Busy man.
He is. I was listening to him this morning. He made an Undertaker Paul Bearer reference that I was super happy about on the Locked On 49ers podcast. But we will begin with your preseason 1-0 Sacramento Kings. Held LeBron James field goal list.
Uh-oh. We already know what it is. The Bron Stopper is out there. The Bron Stopper.
And wasn't it Keegan? Wasn't Keegan on him that first possession?
Keegan was, but it was KZ.
KZ. Okay, so let's stop goofing around and let's talk about what we saw yesterday, because that was kind of the first big whoa moment. KZ Okpala in the starting lineup, not Keegan Murray. We saw De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis, Harrison Barnes, and KZ Okpala. What do you think when you saw that tweet go out that KZ was in the starting lineup?
I was shocked. I was surprised. I think a lot of that, after seeing it play out, I think a lot of it is Mike Brown wants to send the message that Keegan has to earn his spot. And yeah, I think that's what that was. Mm-hmm. I don't think KZ Okpala is going to be somebody that you're gonna have starting all year long. I think if Keegan plays well, there's gonna come a time when you're gonna put your best 5 out there, and he's gonna be part of your best 5.
Well, Keegan the God played well in the second half. So, like, if you want him to earn it, he might have just earned it in the second half.
He's just a bucket. He's a flat out bucket.
This, like, I know headed into the draft, he's the pro ready guy. It's that, like, I got all that. Dude is just an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
Like, now.
Yeah.
How? Like, he's just walking in the league. I'm an NBA player. What you want to do? Yeah, he is. He's smooth, man. He's good. He is unfazed by everything. He's absolutely unfazed by the game, by the speed of the game. He's unfazed by who he's out there on the floor with. He just has a cool, calm, collected way of not just approaching the game, but I was listening to him on some sound from the Do Some Mo podcast. He's just chill, period, and he's not overwhelmed. At least he doesn't seem to be overwhelmed by this at all.
No, man, he's said last night he's a flat out baller. I actually tweeted out he's a flat baller. Forgot to put the out there, but it started doing numbers, so I couldn't delete it.
Oh, the dreaded typo doing numbers. Damn it.
Couldn't change it. Start doing numbers, so I couldn't change it. But
nobody did numbers, by the way, like our man Cameron did last night. My God. Man. You see, the world famous Cameron Salama, man, his videos on the Today Show, he got like 9 million views of Bobby Wagner hitting the smoke bomb guy who was trying to save the animals. Like, my goodness.
Yeah,
imagine if he had a typo in that joint.
Oh man, that would be a killer.
A nightmare.
Killer. Yeah, you got to, and I'm sure like that one right there with Cameron, like he probably took the video, wanted to get it out. Oh, look what happened. Like wasn't even thinking about it. So that's when a typo could happen. You just like, oh, trying to get it out there. He's not reading over, what did I just put? I just put it out there. It could have easily been a typo, but luckily for him, it was not. But Keegan Murray, this guy, he's just a hooper, man.
Yeah,
he's a hooper.
Yeah, really, really, really impressive second half. We'll get there. There really is a lot to talk about with this game, and I told you, we talked about this yesterday. I'm not going to diminish anything that we saw in that game, and I was going to react. This is the sample size we have. It's all we have to work with. So I'm going to react to that game, and I'm going to pull things from it. I mean, I think every single person who has a Kings uniform played.
Past and present.
Mitch Richmond was out there in the final seconds. Like, yeah, it was wild. And they played like the number 7 minutes and 4 seconds that's what Keon and Nehemias Queta played. And I mean, that's the lowest. So all of these guys, it's not a ton, but that's a decent amount of basketball. This game got blown wide open in the second half, and Mike came out like we mentioned the starting lineup right there with KZ Okpala in it. Then we saw the second unit, which I guess this would qualify as the second unit. Started the second half. It was Davion, Monk, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray, and Rashawn Holmes, which is interesting for Davion, Malik Monk, and then correct me if I'm wrong, you've got Rashawn at 5, Trey at 4, which leaves Keegan Murray to play the 3. And I think we saw Keegan Murray at the 3 spot quite a bit. We saw that lineup for the first time around, somewhere in the 4-minute mark in the second half. Lakers were up 16-12 at that point. And that was the group that started the second half. And man, they absolutely blew that game wide open.
Yeah, they flexed on them Laker reserves, on Kendrick Nunn and Scottie Pippen Jr. and all this. They flexed on them boys. I mean, between Keegan, Davion, Malik Monk, Rashawn, it was great to see him playing the way he was last night, catching lobs all over the place. So they just turned up the heat. The Lakers reserves had nothing for them. They got swallowed up.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Ate up. And the story was Keegan Murray. There wasn't really much to take away. Here's my takeaway from that starting unit that we saw play about 15 minutes or so. Didn't play at all in the second half. And that was the case for both teams, by the way. So I don't know if that was one of those things that they talked beforehand, because it felt like they were following the same pattern where Mike and Darvingham were talking beforehand. Hey, this is kind of what we're thinking. What do you think? And then they go along with it. And none of the starters played in the second half. I know this is elementary, and you could call me basic.
Oh, damn.
Bro, Domantas Sabonis is so smooth. He's such a great passer. He really is. It is really, really reminiscent of watching Vlade and Chris Webber pass the ball out of that low block. Like, he sees everything. He is so skilled in that regard. It was gorgeous to watch last night. It really was. Again, preseason basketball, turn your nose up at as much as you want. The ball movement was beautiful. And I thought Domantas Sabonis just did an amazing job of finding guys from that low block.
Yeah, he is a top flight passer, elite even at passing for big men, for sure. One thing that, if there was anything I'd be a little concerned about, also sidebar, he phenomenal on the boards. Like, I think he only had 5 rebounds. It felt like he had 5 rebounds each possession. Like, he was felt like he was all over the place on the boards. One thing that I want to see from him, though, because I love how he's a passer. I love how he moves the ball around and gets everybody involved. I do want to see him be more aggressive and shoot the ball a little bit more. Now, you're not gonna take much out of yesterday because he didn't play that much, and just the way the game was going. But we talked about it, I think, the other day about, one time when he had 5 points or 8 points or something like that. He's too important. I want to see him be a little more selfish consistently and look to score the basketball a little bit more. And he's much like Tyrese. He says his dad is always telling him shoot the ball a little bit more.
Well, let's talk more about that. We'll talk a lot more about the Kings, a lot more about Keegan Murray, a lot more about what we saw last night. We got Debo coming up. We've got that San Francisco 49ers defense coming up. We've got a lot to talk about here today. We're so happy that you're listening on the Odyssey app. We're so happy that you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. Is it cold in there, Jesse? Is it cold in those two studios? Okay.
Hey, Damien, send the link to Crocky, and
I did.
We'll see. Okay. We'll see what happens.
Toasty? Who said that? Oh, man, we got it. Yeah, I don't do Toasty. Yeah, that's grounds for staying at home. I'll
Sheena Quick is in for tomorrow on the stream.
That's the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
You got a time?
2:17. Let me see.
Okay, perfect. Olivia's going to be with us tomorrow.
Okay.
Olivia's with us tomorrow. Deuce and Mo are with us next Thursday. We got to check on Sarah, and then we're going to have to see what Matt wants to do. As I'm thinking all this, I'm realizing like Thursday's really busy.
It is.
Especially that first Thursday with Deuce and Mo here. reminder, we're not here Thursday. Really, really sorry. And this is big facts. I have a very strict no toasty rule. I'm not doing a radio show hot and sweating. I will leave. I keep the house cold. That's the way it's supposed to be. We do not. We do not. Kenny and I will be there at the latest 11. That's right, John. No show Thursday. I'm really sorry. You'll see us on the stream at some point. We're going to need your help, but we won't be around for a full show. We've got to
trying to make sure everything is lined up, you know.
We gotta be on point. That's all. We gotta be on point. There it is. Well, no, you tell them. Go ahead, tell them.
Test stream.
He can't hear you.
$5.
Coward. Can't hear you. Oh, that's fine. Then you can tell him. Okay. Did Charlie get that all set up? You know, because it's a different schedule with us out on. Okay. Boy, Steven, you have no idea, bro. Brown Bronco never looked so good. Hey, man, gotta be quicker.
No,
man.
bro.
I mean, Rob W., you're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong.
I was just thinking about something. That's gonna be a disaster.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a
disaster. Somebody's gonna be mad.
Oh yeah. Hey,
somebody's gonna.
Guess what though? Not our problem. No problem. Football.
It's gonna be a disaster. I mean, you know, you do hear the intro.
Oh,
it is about 12:18.
I mean, Deuce was calling for him yesterday.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's go.
Oh my.
It's like 2 a.m. when I wrote this. You know, I'm doing it like the pros. I got them right here for me. Yeah. Hear the beat drop. Kings win is the reason. Drake ball, not balls, just the preseason. Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hello, preview. They wasn't ready for it.
Oh man.
Just a little bar real quick. Let you know it's the preseason.
Okay.
You know, a little snippet.
Okay.
Remember they used to do that back in the day. They had at the end of the song or at the end of the video, they'd have a snippet of the new. Yeah, that's all. A little snippet.
That's like hitting the Mobb Deep verse on Summer Jam and waiting to drop the verse about Nas. All right. Oh, indeed, season's back, baby. I'll tell you what we're gonna do this year. Since Drake bars are officially a thing, we're going to create a Drake bars mixtape. It's gonna be a little bit weird because it's gonna be the same beat, like just over and over and over and over again for at least 40 some odd wins.
Yeah.
So
somebody said 45 yesterday. I'm with that. 45
wins. Yeah. Drake bars.
Just a little sample, just a little bar real quick, a little half a bar.
Stuff. There was a Drake bar.
Yeah, like I said, Drake bar, not bars. It's just the preseason. Yeah.
That was a good pop. I like that. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. I can't wait for the first Keegan Murray drop.
That's gonna be all over the Drake bars. It's gonna be crazy.
That boy say smooth. Nah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. I'm not infringing on that gimmick anyways. That's all yours. Keegan Murray, definitely the story of last night's game, 7 of 11, 16 points for the rookie. Shout out to Deuce. I saw this, but it didn't compute. I went to grab the box score this morning, and I kind of saw the headline pop up on NBA.com, and it was like LeBron and Anthony Davis, and I like, oh, this is it. And I didn't like, I saw it and read it, and it didn't compute as to what I was seeing. I was just like, this is something else. I pull up the box score, go back, see Deuce's video later, where the NBA.com put up like LeBron, Anthony Davis get reps, but fall to King as reserves fall to Kings or something. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Those lost by like 30.
Them dudes played 20 minutes and the rest of the Lakers got curb stomped. What are you talking about? Keegan Murray is the headline in that story. What are you doing?
That was a wild headline. That was a wild
funny.
Especially since like LeBron, it's questionable whether or not he got reps anyway. I mean, he was like 0 for 7. What reps did he get? He had a couple. Wow. LeBron had a couple of nice assists in that game, though.
Did you see? So the first shot of the game is preseason. First shot of the game, I think, was Kevin Huerter. It was a 3. Kings took a lot of threes. We'll talk about, because the goods and the bads and all of that. Like the Kings took a lot of threes, and it felt like their first handful of, maybe 3, 4, 5 shots were threes. Your boy Kevin Huerter hits that 3, and then the next shot I think it was Harrison from the top of the key, and it sounded like that video from practice the other day. Like that ball. He must have, like, if you had been looking at it from from the straightaway angle, Harrison must have missed that shot by like a foot, because it slammed off the backboard and landed right in. I don't know if it was Damian Jones, Kendrick Nunn, or who it was. I was like, boy, and hey, we saw a lot of those last night.
You know what it was? I think. What happened? But I think you follow, you may know, you're familiar with the Instagram page, Botch Club, I think it is.
Okay.
And they play that clip, like when something, like say Harrison's shot went off the backboard like that. They play that clip of, I think Mankind took a bump and Vince was backstage watching, and he was, oh shit. That's what happened after that Harrison shot.
That's 100% what it was. Oh, who was that? Oh God, that was Harrison. Oh Lord, that wasn't even Sam Merrill. That was Harrison Barnes. All right.
Yeah,
I feel like he went, hey, Jay Triano, watch this, and just chucked the ball off the backboard.
Man,
it was a rocky start for the starters, though. Like, I think Mike Brown called the timeout 13-2 maybe. And kind of said it never ever, at least in terms of the Kings being down, it never got out of control at all. It was 12-3 was the score. It never got out of control in terms of the Kings. It was never this big massive comeback they had to make. They called that timeout that came out. We were able to get some baskets, fight around. And as I mentioned, when that second unit, the full second unit came in, the Lakers were up 16-12. And that group with Keegan at the 3 really changed everything.
Yeah.
It changed the complexion of this game. And that group beat up if it was reserve for reserve, like, that's fine.
Right.
Our reserves beat up yours.
Right.
That's what we're going to talk about. Like, our reserves beat up yours. And there's nothing wrong with that, though. I think this solidifies what a lot of people already thought about the Lakers, is once you dip into that bench, it's going to be rough.
Can't nobody get hurt for the Lakers this year. It's going to be iffy. I don't think Lonnie Walker played yesterday, so there's that. He's a good little ball player. I like Lonnie Walker. But they don't have the depth. But it was interesting because I was listening to Deuce and Mo on Spaces last night, and they had a lengthy conversation with somebody called in talking about how the Kings don't have any real depth. And I was like, oh no, I kind of disagree, especially when you talk about like average team depth. Like the Warriors have superhuman depth on their roster. Like those are guys that they got guys on the bench that would be number one options on other teams in general. So that's not, you can't compare it to that. But say you compare the depth that the Kings roster has to a team like the Mavericks, you know, like, yeah, it's comparable. Like they have that. So I think, you know, I've heard that a lot. I know we talked about Hollinger and how he feels about the team. And, you know, there's been other people that question the depth of this team. And yeah, it was just a preseason game against another group of reserves or whatever. But I mean, looked like they had a little depth to me, you know, and with that group, like I don't expect this to be the case all year long, but between Davion, Monk, Rashawn, and Keegan, oh yeah, you can, your second unit can go against anybody. Absolutely.
You didn't even mention your boy Trey Lyles.
Trey Lyles is out there. Yeah, my boy Trey Lyles.
Yeah, that was a good run. And yeah, I do think this team, again, depth, it's not what the Warriors have, right. But yeah, like you don't feel like oh man, when we got to go here, we're in trouble. Or when we got to do this, we're in trouble. When we got to take Sabonis out, we're in trouble. Like you have guys that can compete. And I think the fact that you've got like Davion and Rashawn, Malik Monk, like those are three really quality players to lead that second group right there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You saw, and he struggled in the first half, but you saw in the second half, my man, that's just kind of how he is. Malik Monk, when he gets going, he's a walking bucket. So,
you know what I was
like that. I like Davion. I like what I saw from him a lot of the game, even though, you know, some of the shots got beat up at the rim by Damian Jones and Wenyen Gabriel. I mean, it's whatever. You know, he missed a couple layups, or he missed a breakaway layup in the second half. But I like what I saw from him. I liked his quickness. The shot looked pretty good on a couple of occasions. So that's always good to see. He had, I tweeted it out last night, he probably had the easiest assignment of his life last night when he had to guard Pat Bev. He's like, yo, this is easy.
Leave that man alone. Leave Patrick Beverly alone.
I was watching the game with Reese, and I was like, yo, Pat Bev, he out here looking suspect. And he was like, is he sorry? I was like, I wouldn't call him sorry. He's an NBA ball player. He's cool. But NBA wise, like, that was easy for Davion. That was easy. Pat Bev a couple times.
Pat Bev ain't never done nothing to you.
He tried to break him down like, Davion locked him up.
He's like, man, what are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Aaron swatted his 3-pointer.
Why are you doing this? Like, Patrick Beverly, calm down. You might wind up back on the jump sooner than you intend, or NBA Today, or whatever the show is called.
Oh man, it's all good with Pat Bev. I just noticed that, and I also noticed, not to talk too much, but hopefully this is a sign of things to come, because I was really frustrated with this last year. Davion got 2 offensive foul calls. Remember, a lot of the times last year, it felt like he was jumping to the spot, you know, taking a shoulder right in the chest, and they call block. It's like, come on, man. Yeah. They was doing that to the rookie. Well, he did it a couple of times last night. He got the clear offensive foul call. So hopefully it was a situation where, you know, they were making a rookie earn his stripes, or whatever the case may be.
It could be. I can say this. It was still pretty apparent yesterday that De'Aaron Fox doesn't get calls.
No, we all know how that's going to go.
De'Aaron got to the rack a couple of times with no whistle, and it's like, okay, maybe you can't get all of them. Like, De'Aaron got none of them. It's like, it's good. It's a tradition unlike any other. It's still a thing here.
How many times did he go to the line last night? I want to say about 6 times.
I can tell you right now, De'Aaron Fox went to the line 4 times.
4 times. 2 of 4?
2 of 4. Yeah. We'll talk about that free throw shooting here. Apparently, the little game that they're playing at the end of practice, that ain't working. Mike's going to have to find a new strategy. I was really happy with Rashawn Holmes also. I like the game Rashawn Holmes had. 16 minutes, 10 points, 5 rebounds. That had to feel good for him.
Yeah.
With this, as he has openly called it, the season from hell last year. The fact that he was able to get in there and even in short order, even in preseason, like there's no question Rashawn Holmes is going to be a part of this team. There's no question Rashawn Holmes is going to be a part of the rotation, potentially a big part of the rotation. So the fact that he was able to kind of go out there with a limited amount of time, put up 10 and 5, it was great to see as a Rashawn Holmes guy, and it had to be great for Rashawn Holmes to feel like, okay, I'm back to playing basketball.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm doing. I'm back to focusing on basketball.
For sure, man. And once again, one preseason game, we all know that, but I just like that role for him. I like him as the big off the bench, the backup big off the bench. I think that's a great role for him. I think it fits his energy and his game perfectly. And he flourished in it. And, he did well. He did fine in the first half with those minutes, but coming out of the second half with those guys, that second unit, he flourished. He had a couple nasty little alley-oop throwdowns, man.
Yeah. I think he had back-to-back ones. Keegan and Davion were the first two off the bench. They went in at about the 5:58 mark. I'll be interested to see whether it's Sunday, which is the next preseason game, or down the road as we get closer to the home opener or the season opener. If Keegan does start, that's an if, and I actually want to talk about that for a second. But if Keegan starts, is KZ Okpala-Trelao, is it the position that subs in right there with Davion, or is it just Davion, or is it Davion and Rashawn? Like, how does Mike Brown work that rotation if Keegan Murray does wind up in the starting lineup?
If Keegan is in the starting lineup.
If he is in the starting lineup, yeah, is the idea, like, I'm anxious to see what the idea, because Rashawn, I think, came in a minute later. Like the rest of the second unit came in like a little over a minute later. So is the idea the position and work the position rotations along with Davion, or was it Keegan? Was it we're going to get Keegan Murray in this game with Davion and play out there with Sabonis and a handful of other starters?
I would think that if Keegan is starting, it would be those two coming off the bench first. You might even see
what two? I'm sorry, what two?
Davion and Rashawn.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. You might even see like Monk get in there a little earlier, and whether that's coming in for Herter or coming in for Barnes and moving Herter to the 3 or whatever, you might see something like that. That's the good thing about this group, though. This roster feels like he's got options and he can do things, different ways if need be throughout the season. I think one of the things you would try to do, though, is try and keep it consistent and get those guys in a flow and knowing that, hey, the 7-minute mark, I know I'm going in. I've got till, 10 minutes into the second quarter to do my thing, go to work. So I think he'd try to keep it consistent, but I think one way of doing that is extend Keegan's minutes a little bit longer and go maybe Sabonis out first. Because then now I talk through it. I don't know if I don't know how long you'd want to have Fox and Sabonis out. I think when they'll stagger. So Sabonis will come out and it'll be Fox. And then probably by the time you get Davion in there, you're probably, like, you may give it 1 or 2 minutes, maybe the final 2 minutes of the first quarter. but Sabonis may start the second quarter with Fox still on the bench or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see how he works that out. But it feels like Davion, Monk, and Rashawn are the top 3 subs.
Does it make sense to keep Keegan in that role as a six-man type role, a huge contributor to the team? Even and again, he was phenomenal last night.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense to keep him in that role as a guy? Because I think more what I'm looking at, does his aggression change with Fox and Sabonis on the floor? Like, is he a little bit more freer on the offensive end with Rashawn and Davion and Malik Monk in that group than he would be with Harrison and Sabonis and Fox?
I'm sure he is, but I also believe that it wouldn't take him long to start to feel comfortable out there with those guys and find where his shots would be in an offense with those guys. Like there may be some type of adjustment period just because he's a rookie and he's trying to find his way and play his role or whatever the case may be. But I don't think that would take long. I think he, give it 3, 4, 5 games, and he'll find his spots where he can get shots off with those guys on the court. I don't think that'd be an issue at all for Keegan.
Do you think if he continues to play that way, he should start the way he did last night? Obviously, he should start.
Yeah. I understand having Okpala out there. I get it. But Keegan should be your starter. It's at some point relatively soon. He's one of your better players. I think you have enough offensive firepower coming off the bench where you don't need him to come off the bench and provide offense. You got that.
So clearly Mike Brown thinks highly of KZ Okpala on the defensive end. We've heard that a lot. There were rumblings coming out of this weekend's practice that, and I think James pointed this out. He was like, "Hey, I don't know what this is. We just got let in, but if you look at this video, you see KZ Okpala's got the same jersey on as De'Aaron, Sabonis, Barnes. Like he's playing with the starters. What that means moving forward, we don't know. I don't know if they ran practice this whole time like this, or if this was something that they switched just before we walked in here. So there were at least signs that KZ Okpala could potentially be in the starting lineup for this first game against the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Is Okpala being in the starting lineup because we know how Mike Brown feels about him defensively? Is it? I don't know if an indictment is the right word, but it's like maybe we have some shortcomings on the defensive end with Sabonis and De'Aaron. Maybe it's in our best interest to, instead of putting Keegan Murray in a position where he has to be like a defensive anchor for this group,
mm-hmm.
why don't we put someone in like KZ Okpala who would relish at being a defensive anchor for the starting unit, and he doesn't have to score, or he doesn't have to be a primary option to score, because there's at minimum at least 3 others there.
Right.
On the floor who could do it. And that's not even counting whether it's Huerter or Monk. We'll say Kevin Huerter. You have 4 other options there, and then you bring Keegan in, and maybe you have a push of the offensive game there. But is it kind of a nod that maybe this starting lineup isn't as solid defensively as I'd like, and KZ Okpala could be an anchor for this for 6 or 7 minutes or whatever. The first 6 or 7 minutes.
Maybe so. Now, there's the conundrum here.
Oh, I hate conundrums.
I don't even know if I want to bring it up.
Well, you already did. So, this means you're going to crap on somebody. Like, all right, that's fine. It only took 40 minutes.
Anybody.
I feel like that's what's about. I feel like that's what's about to happen.
No, there's a question that needs to be asked.
Okay.
I understand And I kind of like the idea of KZ Okpala being in that starting group. Makes sense. The question you have, maybe you don't have it today, maybe it's going to come at some point, but the question that you have is, would you rather have Keegan in there or Harrison Barnes?
And that's a fair question, but it's a
well, I don't want to ask the question because I like Keegan and I like Harrison.
But it's an interesting turn of events because correct me if I'm wrong, because we're talking about keeping Okpala in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's Keegan at the 3. Which
I'd have Keegan at the 4. Okpala's there you go 3-4, 4-3, something like that. He can guard your LeBrons. He can guard your tall guys on the perimeter, whether it's LeBron, Luka, Paul George, you name them. Like that's the guy he would match up with. He guarded in the clip everybody always talks about. He was guarding Dame Lillard up the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So he has that type of versatility. So you got Keegan out there. All right, he'll play your 4, and KZ will, be your best perimeter defender. Now, the reason why it's a conundrum is you would never put Harrison Barnes on the bench. Like you just wouldn't do that. It feels like he's earned that right in the NBA to be a starter. Like you wouldn't. I never even thought never even crossed my mind that he would come off the bench, which means Keegan probably comes off the bench.
That's interesting.
And that's the conundrum. Because it feels like to be, and I don't expect it to be this way for a long time, but then the way that Harrison shoots compares to Keegan, I think Keegan's a better shooter than Harrison Barnes.
So I'm not doing this to Harrison.
Oh boy.
Okay, hang on. Stop this. This is getting a little. We'll step out. We'll come back. There's a lot more Kings basketball to talk about, including Kenny Caraway wanting to bench Harrison Barnes. So we'll dive into that.
Media,
you literally just said it. We'll dive into that.
That's the question.
We'll talk about what we saw defensively, what we saw offensively, and how about that performance from the San Francisco 49ers.
Hey, now, let's go.
We got all of that coming up here as D-Lo and Casey continue. Phone lines are open, by the way, 916-909-1320. James Ham on the way, Jason Jones on the way. It's D-Lo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay.
Why do these fools have this closed captioning on here?
I'm looking at NBA Today. Takeaways from start of the Darvin Ham era. Oh, this is cold. They're airing. Is this it? Yeah, this is the final episode of Legacy tonight.
What's Legacy?
The Lakers thing.
Oh.
So the last episode it covered a lot of ground. It went through the family, the retirement, Magic. It went through all of that stuff. So you know where it's going. It's going to start with
legacy.
LeBron signing, because they're a little after the credit thing. They're a little like they kind of cut and it's over. Then they show a clip of Magic, and then they show another clip of this just in. LeBron James has opted out of his deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He will be a restricted free agent. And then it goes black.
So I probably should have been. Well, I would have fell asleep like I did last night anyway. But I need to get caught up on that. But I say that to say, I ended up watching NFL Plus is pretty cool with this feature that they have. So you can go back. I think you can go back to as far as 2010, maybe 2009, and they have every game in the NFL since 2009. We're in 2022, people. They have every game in the NFL since then that you could watch. At the very least, you can watch a condensed replay that's like 30 minutes. So for whatever reason, I went and I wanted to watch the condensed version of the Seahawks and 49ers from 2011. Okay. And I think I know why, because thinking about this defense, this 49ers defense, people have been asking the question, you know, how good is it? Is it, you know, as good as 2011, 2019, or would you take this year's version? Which one is the best? And that 2011 team, they were so crazy defensively. They played the 49ers, or excuse me, they played the Seahawks week 16. And that was the first time they gave up a rushing touchdown that season. That was nasty. That 2011 defense was nasty. And I think I wanted to watch it because Seattle was so turned up for that game. And this was the year before they got Russell Wilson. So they weren't that good. I think at the time they might have been 6-8 or something like that. They weren't making the playoffs, but the crowd was just going crazy. They wanted, I remember they like got super hyped to get the rushing touchdown. They wanted it bad on the 49ers. They went crazy when they got it. But yeah, I just wonder, I was like, why the hell were they so excited in Seattle? Like, the hell's going on there? From what I remember, they weren't a good team. But yeah, they were hyped. Young Richard Sherman, I think rookie Richard Sherman was out there. Niners won that game, by the way.
Rich, huh?
Richard Sherman, yes. Yes, Richard Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
It's his name. That's what we'll call him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas, that was the year they lost to the Giants.
Man, the home studio era might be over.
Huh.
At least full-time over. Sorry to believe. It's like the Thunderdome era ending. The home studio version of D-Lo and KC may very well be over in the next couple of days. By the way, a programming note, our sincerest apologies, especially to the Odyssey app listeners and the 1320 AM listeners and 98.5 FM listeners. We're not going to be on the air Thursday. I assure you we did everything we could to avoid this, but we just couldn't. There's a number of things we have to do to get ready for the studio, and there's a couple of company things that we have to take care of. I promised we took every measure to avoid it, but we just couldn't. So we will miss you on Thursday. We'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be back with a loaded show on Friday. But we will miss Thursday's show. So catch up on your podcast. Catch up on Corners of the Culture. A new episode is going to drop on Thursday. This episode is going to be dope. We're doing a I've been a little hard on the Sugar Hill Gang and Rapper's Delight.
Absolutely have.
And I'm gonna lay out the history. We're going to lay out the history of how that song came to be, and maybe some of you will understand why I feel the way I do about that song. I don't hate it. I'm not mad at it. I just kind of like look at it like with a side eye. So we're gonna do a definitive history on how Rapper's Delight came to be.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it.
That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is put some respect on that name.
I wonder if my goal in gathering the information and storyboarding this episode was to make some of you, especially you, Kenny, KC, Kenneth, understand why I always look at that song with a side eye.
Oh, we'll talk about it on the show, but I understand. Like, I get it.
I don't think
it's like Ice Ice Baby. Like I understand.
No, that's different. No, that's different.
Yeah,
that's not the same. That's not the same.
But I understand. But one of the things that I always say is, like, the bars weren't that different than the people who were really rapping out there. Like, it wasn't this drastic, like, oh, you weren't giving the real rappers a chance. Like,
well, no, that's not it.
Same.
We're recording today. We're dropping on Thursday. It'll be out there. It'll be ready for you. One good thing about the moving into the studio is our Corners of the Culture content is going to ramp up a little bit, because part 2 of this was always supposed to be some stuff with Mia Moore on KSFM, but that hasn't really materialized because it's just not really possible. But with us potentially finally working in the same building, in the same studio, as a matter of fact, we could be able to get more done with our crew over there at KSFM.
Y'all might even see us, hear us live on KSFM 102.5 every now and then. We've put it out there. Maybe
put it out there.
Hey, real quick before we get into everything, I just want to mention this. You know who Jim Redmond is?
Sure. No.
Jim Redmond passed away today at the age of 81. When I tell you, you will know who he is.
Okay.
He's the dad that helped his son get across the finish line in the Olympics that time.
Oh, have you hugged your foot today?
Mm.
Oh, man. I remember that.
Iconic moment.
Oh, 100%.
That was an iconic moment.
It's security at the Olympics, boy, is sketchy. But my man got out there and he pushed security away and helped his. Yeah, that's is that 92?
92, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely an iconic moment.
Yeah, you know, like I wouldn't necessarily want that to be able to, like, somebody to get on a track field that easily at the Olympics. Like, that's kind of crazy. In this respect, though, I'm glad it worked out, because that was like you said, iconic moment. That's an all-time sports moment. So
yeah, that's amazing. Rest in peace. That's, absolutely. Let's let Bobby start us off here. Let's go to the phones. 916-909-1320. Bobby, what's happening, man?
What's up, guys?
What's up, Bobby?
Man, that's a big turnaround with the Niners. Thank gosh. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't have, what's great though is as much hype as the Rams defense gets, and we all know how well we both know each other, but I love how Ramsey got his chance to go, man up with Debo, and he got Debo. He loves talking though. Loves that 1-200 scrawny frame. And you don't go against a grown man there, Ramsey.
Hey, man, look,
lose him. Great stuff, Bobby.
Appreciate you, Bobby. And look, Jalen Ramsey, that's
you tell me. You tell me.
Hey, I like Jalen Ramsey. I do. Oh, Devo owns him.
Well,
Devo owns him.
Let's start with that.
Ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Find out if solar panels are right for you. Find out if your old roof is causing your energy bills to get too high. John and his crew will take care of you no matter what your issues are. Even if you need something small like an electric charger, they got you covered. An electric vehicle charger, they've got you covered. 916-481-7200. That's the number. ACR Solar and Roofing. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night goes to Devo. 6 catches, 115 yards, 1 touchdown, a mind-boggling 57-yard touchdown from Debo there that genuinely felt like it shifted the game.
Oh, man.
That
what
was a game
play.
changer.
What a play. A game changer by, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but a game changer by the playmaker, Debo Samuel. That's what he is. He's a playmaker. He is a playmaker.
No doubt.
And he went and got that ball, and then he did everything else on his own. What a play by Debo Samuel in a very it was touch and go. Like you saw me all yesterday. I didn't know what we were gonna get, but you know, hey, Niners had it in the bag all along. You know what I'm saying? I knew what it was.
Calm
you know
down.
What I'm saying? Had it in the bag all along. We're going against the Rams. I already knew what it was, man. It's easy work, baby. Easy work. I told y'all this yesterday, man. You know, just easy work.
If someone wants to have fun, you could take the clips from yesterday's show, where my boy was like, man, I don't know. I don't know what Jimmy we're gonna get.
Well, that's always the question. And it's always the question.
That's the Jill Adds used to say with the Kings. We'll get back to the Kings here in just a second. Jill Adds used to say with the Kings, we're not even asking you to be good defensively. We're asking you to be average. Just don't be bad. Don't be awful. Yeah. Eliminate the Kings. Eliminate defense. Insert 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo. We're not asking you to be great. We're not asking you to be number. We're just asking you not to be terrible. Be average, and you'll be just fine. We saw a fine Jimmy Garoppolo.
He made some good passes here and there.
He missed some too, though.
He did miss some.
He missed some too.
You know, somebody he missed some, especially in that second, maybe it was a third drive where he missed two passes that were big. One to Charlie Warner and one to Juwan Jennings on a third down. They were a little high. And even the pass to Debo, I know Peyton Manning tried to stall him out a little bit and say, you know, he meant to throw it there because if he would have thrown it on target, it might have got picked or definitely knocked down by the defender because he was there. So he threw it high for Debo to go get it. I don't know. I think that's just the way he throws the football. I don't know if that was by design. But Jimmy was fine. He missed Brandon Ayuk in the end zone on the Kittle play.
His best pass might have been the non-touchdown to George Kittle.
That was a nice pass.
That might have been his best pass of the night.
Yeah. So Jimmy was fine, but like we always talk about, just don't turn the ball over because you have a defense that is, oh man,
yeah,
this defense
it's for real,
crazy.
It's for real.
And I think somebody talked about they got it at all three levels.
Yeah.
All three levels are elite. All three levels are like top 5 groups in the league. Defensive line is top 5. The linebacking group is top 5. And now there were some issues coming into the season or some question marks coming into the season, but Moody Ward and Emmanuel Mosley, they're click-clack. Diamonor Lenore, he's out there as a slot cornerback. You got Samuel Womack still doing his thing. Jimmy Ward isn't back yet. And then, come on, man. You got 2-9. You got 2-9. I'm not trying to be blasphemous, but I'm just throwing it out there because we all see it. Palomalu, once again, reincarnated.
Well, Troy Polamalu's not dead. I do want to point that out. Troy Polamalu is alive and well. But yeah, Ufanga he's special. He's a legit joy to watch. Like he's legit. I mean, he's a massive fan favorite. Like he plays his heart out every single play. It was dope to see him get rewarded in the best way possible for that last night. But yeah,
what a play. That was instinct.
He's that dude for that 49ers, that final tier of that 49ers defense for sure.
That was just instinct. That was natural instinct right there to see, oh, I see my guy that it looks like he's setting up for a screen. Let me jump this real quick, take it to the house. Gameplay.
That's crazy too. How many times does that happen? like an interception on a play like that.
Not
Those plays
often.
are supposed to be like, those are the safest.
Right.
Those are the safest of the safe plays.
Right. Yeah. And
Ufonga is going to be sending opposing quarterbacks into nightmares because of that play.
just an absolute playmaker. The playmaker showed up yesterday. The playmaker showed up, whether you're talking about Ufonga, Debo, 97, 54. The playmaker showed up. And like to your original point with Jimmy Garoppolo, man, just be serviceable, just be average, because you have a defense. Damian, in the last 3 games, they've given up 18 points.
That's crazy.
18 points in 3 games.
It's crazier that they lost one of those games.
Right.
But yeah,
that's the game they lost. They still did their job. They gave up 9. The offense scored 10.
I want to talk more about this defense. I want to talk more about the 49ers. But first, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. More 49ers coming up, more Kings coming up. But first, let's go to the Sports Center desk.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
The San Francisco 49ers picked up a big win on Monday night against the Rams, winning the game 24-9. The defense had a big performance, keeping the Rams out the end zone and forcing Matt Stafford to turn the ball over twice. Some news today following the game. Kyle Shanahan said he expects defensive backs Jason Verrett and Jimmy Ward to practice Wednesday. Both started the season on the injured reserve list. The Rams, coming off their loss, will take on the Cowboys, who have been without Dak Prescott the last few weeks. Jerry Jones spoke on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas and said that Prescott's grip is not well enough to play yet, but he continues to progress. It's looking like another week of Cooper Rush starting. He has yet to lose a start for the Cowboys with a 4-0 record. The Kings beat the Lakers 105-75 out in the NBA yesterday. Got good contributions from the bench to start the second half. Rookie Keegan Murray led all scorers in that game with 16 points. Over in Cleveland, Cavaliers second-year player Evan Mobley sprained his ankle in practice and is set to miss 1 to 2 weeks. It is possible that he isn't ready for the regular season. Mobley averaged 15 points and 8 rebounds last season for the Cavs. And then some notable games in the MLB today. The Yankees have a doubleheader with the Rangers as Aaron Judge looks for home run 62. The Mets also have a doubleheader against the Nationals. They're a game and a half back to the Braves for the NL East lead. And then locally, the Giants take on the Padres. And the A's play the Angels before the first pitch for both those games at 6:40. Thanks for listening to this Sports Center update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Aaron Judge is still very much chasing 62. We've got that game on in front of us.
The Giants playing. Just wrap up the season early. What are we doing? Forfeit the games.
We're talking about that defense. Jesse asked us a few, maybe late last week. What are some of our preseason predictions that we're headed into the 4th week that we're feeling really good about? I don't even remember what all of my predictions were. I remember this one. Feeling really good about Nick Bosa being the defensive player of the year. I'm feeling really good about that dude being in that conversation all season long. Yeah. He is a menace to society. He's bad.
He absolutely is. I think, what do you have? How many sacks did he have last night? 2 sacks?
Yeah, 2.
You said 2.5.
I said 2.5.
Right there. He was right there. Felt like he could have had 7.
I wasn't sure. I thought he had 4. Like I know Nick Wagner put the number up. Friend of the show, ESPN writer, covers the 49ers. I think he put the exact number up yesterday, but the amount of pressures that Nick Bosa has had through the first 4 weeks of the season, I think, is record setting. Like he is just terrorizing. Here it is right here. 3 tackles, 2 sacks, 5 quarterback hits, 9 pressures. His 23 pressures through the first 4 games leads the NFL. Okay, so it wasn't record setting, but he leads the NFL. So you get the gist of it right there. Nick Bosa, bad dude. Big fan of Kanye's new gear. Bad dude.
You know what's funny is
Kanye.
He's not funny. But we don't have to get into the Nick too much, but we all know his history or whatever the case may be. And I saw this video of him and Ufanga before the game, and they had some kind of handshake, right? Where they saw each other, they dapped up, and they, like, I'm like, that's why, like, that's wild considering, things that have gone on in the past with 97. But he was all in there just, hey, TT, let's go.
I mean, it's weird. It's you know what? It's hard to talk about stuff like that because
and on the opposite side of it, they all seem to love the guy.
That's what I was trying to avoid saying.
It's been that way for like 3 years. They all seem to love him.
Oh yeah, he's in on that handshake. Yeah, I see it right here. That's a good one. I'll retweet that. That's a good one right there.
It's so bizarre. It really is.
It's super weird. But like you said, his teammates seem to like the dude. So he's a hell of a ball player, though. All of that stuff aside, that dude is a hell of a ball player. It really is funny the tone in which we're talking about this. And I promise we're going to get back to the Kings in a few minutes. The tone in which we're talking about this, and the which again, I'm not a fan of either of these teams. I was nervous for the 49ers. I was like, man, what do you like? You've got to regroup from that disaster of last week, no doubt. But the Rams got to get on track here at some point. Well, I guess not, because we could talk about how we felt about Nick Bosa and that San Francisco 49ers defense and what we thought could potentially lead them to a victory. But we also laid out what could spell the end for the Rams. Matt Stafford throwing interceptions, not getting settled in offensively. Like, they didn't have a play over 20 yards. They didn't score a touchdown. Yesterday. And I remember you said, well, he's got Cooper Kupp out there. Oh, that's fine. Cooper Kupp's still going to get about 100 yards. For the record, he got 122. 14 receptions, 122 yards. Again, not a play over 20 yards for the Los Angeles Rams yesterday.
No, defense and not allowing no big plays.
I remember 2 weeks into the season. I don't think it would have been the first. Maybe it would have been the first week. I don't remember. But your man's Ramsey jumps in the chat on YouTube.com and says something like, "This isn't the 85 Bears or the 01 Ravens." And it's like, yeah, Ramsey, you're right. But
Ramsey and Stephen Brown, they told me Aaron Donald was about to feast yesterday. Did he play?
Aaron Donald did play. Aaron Donald did play, and it was rather impactful. The first series kind of settled down a little bit after that. The person I was questionable whether they played or not was George Kittle. George Kittle was on a milk carton the first half. George Kittle didn't have a single target in the first half. I kept thinking, man, I have not heard his name once. So I go to the stat thing, and I'm looking for Kittle's name. Nothing. He's not even registered. So shout out to Kyle Shanahan, who clearly was monitoring my Twitter exchange with Butcher Boy Joe Shasky and thought, we need to get George Kittle involved. And right after halftime, right out the gate, George Kittle's involved, and he makes a pretty big impact.
Got me hyped.
Me too.
Let's go.
Me too. He only caught 2 passes, but I was really excited for the pass that he caught. And that's one of the best nearest touchdowns you'll see in a really long time.
Missed wide open Ayuk, who had cooked Jalen Ramsey. But he went for the tougher pass, and he made the tougher pass. Like
Brandon Ayuk was trying to punk Jalen Ramsey too, and it was
Oh,
kind of
man.
funny. It was kind of funny because he wouldn't let go of his jersey, and Ramsey was not taking that well.
Well, like a true fan that I am, true 49ers fan I am. If you guys saw me on IG, I was ready to hop in there. You know what I'm saying? I was ready to hop in. And I heard the whistles blowing, and I saw a little scrum. I was like, "What's up? What we got going on? What we doing?
We doing this? We doing this? It's time. It's time.
What we doing?" So I was ready to go, man. I was ready to go. That was a big win for the Niners. First place 49ers, by the way, 2-2 in the NFC West. First place 49ers. Yeah. And now you've got, if you can, you want to take care of these next two games. If you can. Nothing,
so we got the Panthers on Sunday.
Falcons after that.
Oh, man.
Struggling Panthers. Man. And here's the deal. Here's the thing that makes you feel like, you can get this done, and quote unquote, you should get this done. Those two offenses that we're talking about, they got enough firepower to do something against this defense?
The Panthers? No, they absolutely do not.
So that's what
the Panthers' offense is terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
And shame on anyone who thought they might not suck. Just shame. Shame.
That's what gives you hope going.
That offense is terrible. Oh, like they're bad.
Wait a minute. A home run in the Yankees game.
The guy that hits such a jerk. You're such a jerk. I'm like, wait, are you ahead of me? Yeah, I just saw that. You're a jerk for that. Yes, the guy before Aaron Judge hit a home run, and Aaron Judge just hit a solid single. Yeah, Aaron Judge. He might not. Aaron Judge lands at 61 at Shohei Ohtani's MVP.
Stop it.
What? What? Isn't the MVP predicated on 62?
MVP is already predetermined.
Can you imagine how many people have already written their this is the true home run record? They might not be able to hit publish. Who's your boy? Who's the Rangers outfielder? My man could have caught this ball, but he puts his head down. You watching this replay? Watch that replay.
Let me see here.
Homeboy could have caught the ball. It barely went over the fence, but he puts his head. That's terrible.
No, his head smacked up against the wall.
No, it did not. It did not. Aaron Judge hits a single. Aaron Judge sitting at 62 forever. Shohei Ohtani is the MVP. We'll come back.
I got a question. When we come back. It's about another football question.
Okay. The 49ers defense was impressive last night, but how was the Kings? It's my greenie tease for the day. We've got that coming up here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I forgot about Mitch. Sorry, Mitch. Absolutely. How Hufanga can help the Kings be middle of the pack on defense. The Giants are 80-80 right now. Did you catch any Kawhi highlights?
I didn't actually. I forgot. I did watch. I had the Nets game on, but can't say I was really watching.
Gosh. NBA TV didn't show that game like 4 times this morning.
I think it's on right now.
Yeah. My gosh. Why are you guys playing this game so much? Jesus. Patrick Beverly, 2017 All Defensive Team, 2-time All Defensive Team, second team.
Oh, Aldrin J. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man.
It's not all hope isn't lost yet. They're a game and a half back. Magic number for the Rays is 1.
David J. Matt Rule is gone. gone.
Somebody said it either on Twitter or in the chat earlier. Yeah, it's going to be an audition game for D'Amico Ryans.
Could be. Yes, you did, Benny. And we'll be here about a little earlier than usual, about 2:47. I think they're doing the Kings beat right now, as a matter of fact.
Damn, that's crazy. Is that for real? Jeez. Not exactly sure how they determine that, but it certainly feels like it.
I hate that I have
to read when you get back.
I hate that I have to see latest tweets first so often on my damn Twitter desktop page.
Yeah. I use TweetDeck. Used to have an app for that, but no longer.
Zion plays tonight.
Chris, you're not wrong. Ballmer's doing a great job with the Clippers.
Who is?
Steve Ballmer.
Oh. How was Kawhi last night? Did you watch?
I didn't, but I saw clips. I think he had like 11 points in the first half.
I want to watch. I say I want to watch it, but I won't because of our schedule. Detroit and New York is tonight. I mean, I say tonight. It's at 4. It's TNT's first game. I'm gonna watch Detroit a lot, but
obviously, I want to see what's up back. I want to see Cade. I want to see Jaden. They got guys. I want to see how they play.
Yeah. Oh yes, begging for likes. Please hit the thumbs up while you're here. For those watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button as our coverage of your Sacramento Kings and San Francisco 49ers ramps up here. Both teams getting wins last night.
Yeah, man, it was a great night in the Caraway household.
You had a stat and a question. Don't forget either one because we've got Mitch. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mitch?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Mitch?
Damon, Casey. Nice to have the season over, right? Hi, Casey.
Yours will be over in about 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. I know you're having technical difficulties. Like I said, I felt like I was waiting to go into Johnny Cosney here. I couldn't hear most of it. But hey, Rapids Delight, Damon. That was a thing that came out before you were even born.
That's correct. It came out in 1979.
Way before me. I know. I was down in Miami Christmas Eve visiting relatives down in Little Cuba down there. First of all, that run by Devo was one of the best ones I've ever seen. It felt like it was watching bowling. I think I saw like 4 or 5 Rams. Just either got duked out or just fell, good block. It was just watching these Rams get bowled over by a great blocking, and he was just too fast for them. And Bosa, as in Nick Bosa, great game. I hope it's 49ers in charge in the Super Bowl. Bosa again.
You're a treasure, Mitch.
Hey,
He worked in Little Cuba and Rapper's Delight.
Yeah, Little Cuba. I don't know who was down in Little Cuba. That came out of nowhere.
All I call was Little Cuba.
And
I was not expecting him to go to Rapper's Delight. He's unhappy with our current phone setup where he can't hear the show while he's on hold. So I'm sorry about that, Mitch. We are working on it. Just bear with us. We're trying, Jennifer.
We're trying. We're going to get there.
916-909-1320. Let's start with your stat.
Yeah, so I was just looking at this a couple different times, make sure I had it right, make sure I wasn't reading nothing crazy. And I wasn't. Last night, Nick Bosa had 14 pressures on the night by himself. 14 QB pressures last night. That is the most, tied for most in a game since 2014 with Aaron Donald, who had 14 in some game in 2021, and J.J. Watt, who had 14 in a game in 2015. 14 pressures by itself. Damn. When you talk about not being able to be stopped, that's a lot. Felt like he was getting held a lot too. That's always what happens. Never gets called either.
No, it doesn't. But that's football. And then you had a question.
Yeah. So Matthew Stafford last night. If you weren't Tyler Higbee or Cooper Kupp, he was not passing you the ball. Wasn't even looking your way. And I just wondered, like, how, if I'm Allen Robinson or any of the other receivers on that team, how am I going? You got to be a professional. You got to do what you got to do. But how am I even going to run my route at 100%? I know you're not throwing the ball to me. I know you're not even looking my way.
He targeted Allen Robinson 6 times. I know that pales in comparison to Tyler Higbee had 14, and then Cooper Kupp had 19.
Come on.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why those guys are so. I mean, obviously they're good. But Allen Robinson is good. Like these are like they're good. Maybe they're not open. Maybe they're not getting open. Maybe they're not running their routes at 100% already. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. They threw the ball 48 times last night. Matt Stafford threw the ball 48 times.
So what do you have, like 265 yards passing?
254. By the way, just real quick while we're here, I did this before. I'll do it again. I have no problem doing it. Jeff Wilson, if you're listening, sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
Just I'm sorry. I said Jeff Wilson, not Kenny Caraway.
Well, I'm here to speak on behalf of Jeff Wilson.
No, I'm speaking directly to Jeff Wilson. I'm not speaking to you. Dear Jeff Wilson and no one else. I'm sorry. Again, as my bad. You've got a little more gas than I realized. And he has been really good as the 49ers. I guess you'd call him a primary running back. He's been really good in that position.
Now, if you want to play this game, we can play this game. I won't do it, but you can. He had 18 for 74 on the night. His one touchdown run was 32 yards.
Yeah, but we're not going to play that game because we can't cheer Debo when he does the same thing and go, Debo had 100 yards. Yeah, like 80 of them were on one carry. He carried the ball 6 times. Like, we're not going to do that. Like he had, and this has been the case for a couple of weeks. He's had some explosive runs. Yesterday was a touchdown. I'm giving Jeff Wilson credit, and you can't do that game. It's dumb.
It's different, but it's different with Debo and Jeff Wilson. Debo and a running back. It is different. Like, you're not. I love
that I give credit to Jeff Wilson and you immediately diminish him. Like, he's not that good.
No,
you were right the first time,
but
you absolutely are.
The running game wasn't popping, and that's not all his fault. A lot of that has to do on the offensive line as well. But Jeff Wilson, like I'll say this. I don't want Jeff Wilson to be the number one, to be RB1.
Yeah, you might not have a choice, buddy.
I think he's a good change of pace back. He's a guy that you can run between the tackles. He runs hard. He doesn't avoid contact. I love that about him. But as RB1, I don't know.
Marlon Mack, Tevin Coleman, and I think Jordan Mason were all active yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just didn't go to them.
Yeah, it didn't go to them at all. Like Juice got, I think, a carry. Mm-hmm. And I saw Marlon. I only knew Marlon. Mac was active because he was on special teams. I saw him on special teams one time.
Fumble recovery.
That was it. I don't know if Jordan. I don't know if Jordan Mason. I don't even know if Jordan Mason had to shower when the game was over. He just put his gear, just put his clothes back on. Like I didn't know. Those guys didn't get any. They didn't get their number called at all.
Yeah,
Kyle's a weird dude, man. I don't understand Kyle Shanahan.
I don't understand how he uses the running backs. I don't get that. I feel like there should be at least at some point you should be able to get a carry for somebody else.
You can't. It's just clear. You absolutely cannot.
But the whole thing with Matthew Stafford is bizarre, and the Rams are in real trouble. Like I think the 49ers. That was a big game yesterday, big win.
Mm-hmm.
I think they can possibly put themselves in the driver's seat to win that division. That division is not looking strong.
It's not
believing in Arizona at all. Geno is a good story, but I don't think Seattle's very good. And the Niners,
17 games of a good story isn't going to win you the division.
No, and the Niners have a dominating unit in that defensive unit. That could, like, with that defense and the way Jimmy played last night, Jimmy wasn't spectacular by any means. We talked about that enough. How many more wins do you think they can get like that?
The defense, a lot. They can get a lot.
10 games.
The key to the key to it is, I think if the offense feels like it's winning games, it can stay locked in. If you have situations that you had last week where you're putting up an elite defensive performance and you lose, that's where I get concerned.
Mm.
But if you're putting up an elite defensive performance in winning, obviously yesterday's game in hindsight, it wasn't a laugher. Like there was a point prior to Debo's touchdown where I was like, oh man, this is going to be last week all over again.
Mm-hmm.
The defense is going to play well enough. I mean, the 49ers have scored at that point, but the defense is going to play well enough. Jimmy's not going to be able to capitalize. And Matt Stafford, who's been known to do it, is going to make plays late. And the Rams are going to win. And this is going to be a mirror image of what we saw against the Denver Broncos. And then Debo's play happened. And then, of course, the pick six happened. So if I think the defense can ride high going into this Carolina game, knowing that we're the anchors of this squad.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all spent all offseason talking about QB1, QB2. Y'all spent all offseason talking about where the backup quarterback was going to be traded to. That's fine. If this team goes back to the NFC Championship, if this team goes back to the Super Bowl, it's going to be because of us. And as long as they're winning games, even if they're, 14-6 type games, okay, we did our job. That's what happened with Baltimore. You talk about the great defenses. That offense wasn't spectacular, but their defense was winning games, and they knew it.
Yeah. And
if it gets to the point where they know it, we're winning game. We know we're the reason we're winning. I think you stay more locked in like that.
Well, the other thing, because I remember that was one of the things that I heard about Seattle and some of the resentment for Russell Wilson is that defense always looked at it as like, we're the LOB. Yeah. Like that's why we are who we are. Like, Russell, you're cool, but you're not game changing the way that we are. And I think they take pride in that. Now, in the immediate future, you talk about next week, Carolina looks some type of way, but they can't buy into that. Short week, you're traveling across the country. Luckily for them, they got a body clock game that's still 1 o'clock. It's going to be a 1 o'clock start out here, so they won't have to have the 10 a.m. Start. But you can't be riding too high off of what happened. It was an emotional game last night, divisional game, rivalry game. So you were completely locked in for sure. That defense and the team in general, they've got to be locked in on trying to take care of business here because they're probably going to stay over in the South somewhere for
West
the Atlantic
Virginia.
Too. West Virginia. They always go to West Virginia or Ohio, one of the two.
Yeah, why? Do you know?
They have the Yorks have roots in West Virginia.
Okay.
I know they have roots in Ohio for sure, but I think they have roots in West Virginia.
I think I'm going off something Chris Biederman said. Yeah, they're staying in West Virginia.
Yeah, the Yorks. That's a York thing there.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll have time to like get acclimated and get adjusted. But man, you want to win this one on Sunday. You want to win this one on Sunday. Keep the momentum going. The biggest thing is if you can come back week 7 against Kansas City at 4-2, that would be perfect. As Kurt Hennig would say, absolutely perfect.
I see spits his gum out of his mouth and swats it.
Did that yesterday. I do it every time. When I'm outside and I have gum, let's believe I'm doing the Mr. Perfect.
Grow up, bro. You know how many times I got in trouble doing that in school? So the 49ers defense is honestly, I would say they're everything we thought they were, maybe even more. Hell, maybe at this point, maybe they're a lot more than we thought they were. What about the Kings defense? The fan base has got 2 good wins last night. The Kings were the other one, preseason against the Lakers. Again, everything is under a microscope about how did the starting units play? How did the reserves play? What were the rotations? Who started? Who didn't? Of course, KZ Okpala started. Keegan Murray shined. But with KZ Okpala in the starting lineup, we all looked at that as like, okay, that's a defensive move. To you, how do you think the defense played there? How do you think the first unit defense played? We'll break this down into subsets. How did the first unit defense play?
I mean, they were all right.
They weren't good. You don't have to sugarcoat it. They weren't very good.
They made shots though. The Lakers made shots.
But I also like of course they made shots, but I also thought they had shots at the basket too. Like they had some. They got open. Is the point I'm trying to make, and there were a few. I thought there were a few points out there where it was that old familiar. Someone missed something because I know he ain't supposed to be that open. There was a couple of those.
Yeah,
I mean some of it was guys getting to the basket. Russ got to the basket. LeBron got to the basket. Like there was some of that too.
And those guys are going to do that though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's what's going to happen against them. So, it is like the one reason why I can't take too much away from that is because it was such a short term, in my opinion. I mean, that first unit might have played about 15 minutes total in the game. And there's going to be times throughout any game where the defense is just going to, maybe take a nap, especially in the regular season. Those things are going to happen. And whether it happens in the first quarter, at the beginning of the game, or whether it happens halfway through the second quarter, like it still happens. That's where you look at that situation and you say, okay, you're looking for Mike Brown to make adjustments or to get these guys back focused or something like that. And we didn't really see that opportunity. I know he called timeouts and did all that other stuff, but it wasn't always with the first unit out there on the floor. So,
he did settle things down. The first timeout was called. It was, I keep forgetting the score. I've said it like 4 times today. It was like 12-3.
12.
When the timeout was called. And that was a lot of it's LeBron getting to the basket. It was a lot of movement by the Los Angeles Lakers. And the things settled down a little bit after that. In terms of the Kings were able to get baskets. They were missing shots too. We joked about the Harrison Barnes shot. De'Aaron missed a couple. Like De'Aaron didn't shoot particularly well last night. Still shot better than LeBron James, but didn't shoot well last night. I think it was 4 of 12. We didn't. I alluded to this earlier. 63% from the free throw line. 23% from the 3-point range. They were 9 of 39 from 3-point range. They were 12 of 19 from the free throw line. We've seen the videos of players running, coaches running. Mike, you got to find something else to get them locked into them free throws, because his first game sample size wasn't that was a bad look.
Well, see, that's one of the things, like I told you the other day when I was crosses 2-6 when they were missing all them free throws. Then people were like, man, come on, just practice. Man, make your free throws all the time. It's unacceptable. Sorry, coach. I got no patience for missed free throws. None. Make your free throws. So that was frustrating to see. Luckily, it wasn't, a regular season game. And, maybe it is jitters or whatever the case may be. But yeah, make your free throws. Make your free throws.
Yeah, that is something that it doesn't look bad in the context of a 105-75 game, but it would look pretty rough in the context of a 105-101 game. A game 105-101 that you lost, it would look even worse.
It's unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable. Make your free throws. Make your free throws. And that's where I want to see one of the bigger improvements from De'Aaron Fox. He only have 4 attempts or whatever the case may be, but we're expecting him to hopefully get to the line 7 times a night. So I need better than 50%.
You think we see more minutes from the starters? They topped out first half play 15:55 for De'Aaron and Harrison. That's the most for any starter. Now Keegan and Davion played more, but De'Aaron and Harrison, the starters, didn't play into the second half. Do you think Mike Brown increases those minutes next weekend?
Probably so. You want these guys to be in the rhythm of playing that much out there, whether it's 25 to 30 minutes or if you go past that, you want them to ramp them up, as the preseason rolls along. So
yeah, I wondered if he would ramp ramp up and then back down for that last game against the Lakers, back to where maybe we see a first half of play. Maybe we see more on Sunday, a little bit more in the third preseason game, and then a little bit of a drop.
Probably so.
Friday against the Lakers. By the way, I speculated on this yesterday. That stellar Lakers broadcast yesterday mentioned that LeBron James wanted to play in every preseason game. I didn't think LeBron James would play at the game at the Golden One Center, but according to that amazing broadcast team that we watched last night on NBA TV, he's ready to go. He wants to play. He wants to play for.
Kings fans hate everything Lakers. I love.
What do you mean? That's not. I said it was stellar. What are you talking about? I said that was a stellar broadcasting team. If you're taking that some different way, that's on you.
No, quite literally last night, everybody on Twitter, these guys are awful.
I didn't participate in that. I don't know what you're talking about.
There we go.
Kings fan MD says that broadcast crew was awful. They told me LeBron was playing on.
Lance is a legend. He's been around for a long time. What?
Okay,
he's not a legend. Just like what's his name was a legend. My man Lawler.
Right.
No,
Jerry. Who? The Clippers guy?
Yeah,
the Clippers guy.
He's
So
been doing it
here's
for like 50 years. Well, maybe not that long.
this is a really weird thing with sports broadcasting. Is it's like when Washington moved on from their guy, the Wizards. They moved on from their guy. And then obviously, we can even use the guy who used to do the Kings. Like he was here for 30 years. Guy who did Washington, he was there for like 30 years. Is there something in these deals that entitles you to these jobs forever? Because it's always so shocking. I can't believe they've moved on from him. He had the job for 30 years. He's like 60. It's okay to move on. Wasn't your boy Lawler like 80?
He's OG.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You can move on. Someone else can have the job now. It's fine if the crew, if it's great that they're legends. Like that's cool. Their job was to broadcast to the Lakers audience. And that's what they did. That's what the home broadcast does. Not everybody is fortunate enough to have a national NBA announcer as their. The Knicks can relate to the Kings, and that's pretty much it. There aren't many guys who have a national announcer as their home team announcer. So when you watch broadcasts like that, yeah, it's different.
I like home broadcasts from every team. And you know how I am. It doesn't really bother me. There's only one broadcast that I really don't like. And I'm not going to tell nobody.
You don't have the balls to say it. That's a damn shame. Coward. Thank you for tuning in. It's D'Lo and Coward Caraway.
I think I should say it.
Do I know who it is?
I don't know if you do or not. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think I should say what it is.
Oh, I think I know what you're going to say.
What?
Does it involve the 49ers?
No.
Oh.
I was thinking basketball.
Oh, okay. I won't say what I was going to say then. Go ahead. I don't know. Who is it? I don't even know what you're laughing at.
Chat crazy. Crazy in the chat. I'm going to just leave it in the chat. Sorry, radio people. I'm going to leave it in the chat.
Hey, don't feel Odyssey 1320 98. I have no clue what this man is laughing at. I'm sitting staring right at him. He's about to fall out his chair. I have no clue what's going on. We'll step out. We'll come back. James Ham set to join us coming up about 1 hour from now. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. We got tickets to the Kings opener. I'm going to try to get my partner under control here. We've got week 4 power rankings on the way. We'll talk more about the Kings.
Everybody knows it. It seems like everybody feels the same way.
Oh, the Warriors? Warriors.
I love Jim Barnett. No, don't get it twisted. I love Jim Barnett. He is a legend.
Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'd rather listen to Collinsworth.
No. I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say broadcasting team because Jim Barnett is amazing. I'm straight face. I love Jim Barnett. He's not the Jim Barnett. This is not on you. This is not on you.
There's
Jim Barnett. This is not on you. No.
Yeah, there's a broadcasting crew I don't like, and they're going to be someone else's problem coming up pretty soon. Man, yo boy. Oh man, Donnie just sent me the. Oh yeah, I got to put these up on the screen. Got to know what you guys think of these. Hang on. Yeah, he sent the.
No, Roddy, Tim Roy is fine too. I have no problem with Tim Roy.
Oh, I love Tim Roy,
and I don't have a problem with Tom Tolbert.
Shoot,
he's phenomenal too.
I love Tim Roy, man. He is fantastic.
I love Azubuike too. Azubuike, he's cool too. Mm-hmm.
Come on now, Donnie. Here's Donnie.
I see you go. I'm not ignoring you.
Oh, here we go. Told y'all we got some new merch on the way. What's up, Charlie?
What the merch is that?
Let's see. Oh, this looks different. Boom.
Hello.
Yeah, buddy. We got these coming to DLoandKC.com soon.
Hello.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, they on the way, baby. They on the way.
Hello.
Yeah, those Kings throwbacks are on the way. Just give me, I'm gonna need a little bit of time. Give me, my Saturday is taken up now. I wasn't planning for, I forgot. I promise, CJ, this will be ready by Monday. I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna do everything I can. They will be ready by Monday. All the new Corners of the Culture merch, this new D'Lo and Casey stuff will be ready by Monday. Shoot Donnie a note too in that text thread when you have time. He worked on the. I don't know if you saw the 22 twos. I don't think that's what you had in mind. So take a look at it and maybe we just add like it's a quote from Jay-Z on it.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't even show y'all the Jay-Z one. I don't think we did. Maybe we did. Yeah, we didn't show y'all the Jay-Z. There's some good stuff. Gonna have like 6 pieces of Corners of the Culture going up and some new King stuff. I'm glad you liked it, CJ. I'm excited for today's. Today's is oh yeah, we're gonna be at opening night, Sacktown King. Absolutely. Gold? I don't know if I can find gold, but I'll try. I don't really like acknowledging Albert, but I was actually listening to them this morning.
Oh.
Why are you asking? A Tribe Called Quest.
Can't remember last time I did that.
They're not my favorite. Like I was like, find something to listen to. I don't remember what I was going to say.
Oh, you're getting ready to diss Tribe Called Quest.
Oh, I absolutely was not. I was probably getting ready to diss Albert, but I wasn't going to diss Tribe Called Quest. He asked, like, when was the last time you listened to Tribe Called Quest? I listened this morning. Just that's it.
Oh,
I don't know what it's not. It's the Tribe Called Quest isn't one that I go to a lot. If I'm going back to like that era, it's not one that I go to a lot. But for some reason, I think because my sister brought him up over the weekend. We were somewhere and they were playing it. I don't even know what song it was. It's a Today record, but it had the Q-Tip. It's a Vibrant thing. It had that beat underneath it. What was it?
Poke It Out.
Oh, okay. And she goes, yo, is that the Tribe Called Quest? Well, she didn't say yo. That's not how my sister talk. She was like, is that the Tribe Called Quest? I was like, that's the beat. Yeah, that's that old Q-Tip beat. And I haven't listened to them in a while. That's all it was.
Tribe Called Quest, they're legends. One of the greatest to ever do it.
Lord, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the new D'Lo and KC merch. Donnie snuck a couple in here that he didn't send us. Oh, this is going to be so much heat coming to D.
Where's it at?
It's in my email. It's in these are the actual designs that are going on the t-shirts, not the mock-ups. Oh, we've got some good stuff coming for you.
Here's this Corners of the Culture merch.
This is Corners of the Culture merch.
Merch is going crazy right now.
Yeah, Corners of the Culture merch, man. We're about to reinvent the merch game. Actually, we're not reinventing anything, but the merch game is going to be fire headed into this new Kings season, man. That's for sure. We've got your tickets to see the Sacramento Kings on opening night. Of course, we're going to be there. Can't wait to be there. We've got those tickets coming up for you in the final hour of the show, right around 3:20, around that same time. Jason Jones will be with us. James Ham coming up an hour from now. Eric Crocker might be with us in the next 30 minutes or so. I want to talk more Kings basketball. Before we do, though,
they say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
It's funny, man. We've been doing this show.
I gotta make it.
Been doing this show for 2 years, and Kenny doesn't know that when he does that, it's not in sync.
That's on your end.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is when it goes out there, it's not in sync, and it's so funny to me. Every time you do that, we're just not in sync. You want to go first, or you want me to go first? But those days are over. I can guarantee it. That's over. Well, I can't. I take that back. I can't guarantee anything. It might be we might be in the brand new D-Lo and KC studios on Monday. We might be. And we're calling it the D-Lo and KC studios because I'm not calling it the ESPN 1320 studio because who the hell else is in there? It's the D-Lo and KC studio. As far as I'm concerned, Odyssey built that for us. And until until Damon and Ratto come to Sacramento to do their show, it is the D-Lo and KC studios. Number 5. This was tough, man. We probably should have a conversation about some of these 3-1 teams when we're finished here. I put the Packers at 5. I died a little when I did it. A little.
Okay.
You know how I feel about them, but
yeah. I'm with you.
I put the Packers at 5. Put the Dolphins at 4. Suffered their first loss. I'm sure a lot of people forgot because that was not the story coming out of that game at all.
Yeah.
But the Dolphins did lose on Thursday night. Put the Bills up at 3. An incredible comeback against the Ravens that has a lot to do with the Ravens, but I'm not going to diminish what the Buffalo Bills did. Kansas City at number 2. That was tough. I wanted to put them at number 1, but I can't deny a team, the only 4-0 team in the NFL right now, and that is the Philadelphia Eagles Fly. I got them at number 1. So it's the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Dolphins, and reluctantly, the Green Bay Packers in the power rankings.
Interesting. Well, I have my power rankings ready to go. We'll go 5-1. Number 5. Because I'm not a hater. I got Cooper Rush and the Dallas Cowboys at number 5.
Okay. I want to talk about that. Okay.
I'm not a hater. You know, so
I just want to be. You really think that's a top 5 team?
It's a combination of top 5, and you respect what they did. Right now, I think they're better than Dallas and Minnesota. Or excuse me, I think they're better than Green Bay and Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
And I think they're better than the Giants too. They beat the Giants, so I give them that.
Okay.
So I got them at number 5. Dolphins, they didn't fall too far. They didn't fall in my top 5. They just went from 3 to 4. They're at 4. I got the Bills at 3.
Mm-hmm.
Could move them up a little bit, but I got them at 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard I heard what you said in your top 5. You were like, you're not sure if you want to do this, but you got to respect the fact that they're undefeated. I'm sorry. 2 years ago, I don't think any of us had the Steelers at number 1 their entire 9-0 start.
That's true.
And no disrespect to Jalen Hurts, because I love what he's doing. He is doing his thing. You're not number 1 over here right now. The Eagles are 2. The Chiefs are the best team in football right now. They're my number 1.
I can't. Okay. I'm good with the Chiefs or the Eagles being number 1. I don't think comparing the Eagles to that Steelers team is fair. I think this Eagles team has played really, really well. It's not about them being undefeated. It's not just about them being undefeated. It's about the fact that they've played really, really well. I think Jalen Hurts is big. Every time you say you don't want to hate someone, you hate on them. Jalen Hurts has played really, really well.
I can't remember specifically what was going on, but I feel like the Steelers weren't playing bad when they were undefeated.
And they weren't impressive. It's like, oh, the Steelers won again.
Cool. The Eagles are a cool team. I mean, I think they're good. Like, they're the best team in the NFC right now. They're 4-0. They deserve that respect. I'm not going to play the game with the schedule.
I mean, the Giants and the Cowboys are both 3-1, and the fact that the Eagles are above both of them is pretty. I mean, that's telling.
Yeah.
Are there? So I guess you answered the question already. The Cowboys are the best. Okay, let me take out the word best. The most legit 3-1 team. Like, you've got this team is going to be in the playoffs. Is it the Cowboys, the Giants, the Vikings? I kind of want to take the Packers out of it, but we could take the Packers out of it. The Cowboys, the Giants, or the Vikings?
This is interesting. I think they're all in the same group. I gave
the same gang.
On the same gang. I gave respect to the Cowboys for what they've had to overcome, losing their starting quarterback and still being 3-1. So that's why I gave them the nod over the Vikings and the Giants in the power rankings. But it was almost like a virtual tie. You know what I mean? It could have been an alphabetical situation in that case, because I think they're about the same level as the Giants in Minnesota. And to be honest, as we talk this through, I won't change the power rankings. I'll leave them as they are. But as we talk it through, I probably think Minnesota's a little better than Dallas. Dallas's defense is what is kind of jumped out to me, though. Micah Parsons, we cracked the jokes on there because of what he said.
We do not.
I mean, what you want me to do?
No,
the guy came out there the week of the AFC or the wild card game and was talking about
isolating the sweet science.
That's not Micah Parsons.
Going back to the raw rugged streets.
No, you've convinced yourselves that no, that's not Micah Parsons. You've convinced yourselves that he said that. Stupid soundbite.
So and Roddy
actually Kenny's controls of the soundboard.
Oh, me and Jesse are gonna be in lockstep on that one for sure.
We'll see. But slip Jesse an extra $20 every week. Like, no matter how much eye contact he makes with you, don't do it.
And I guess Roddy brings up a good point. I guess we're only talking NFC legit teams because the Bills are probably the
no. See, you and Roddy, you don't pay attention. I'm not even talking about 3-1 teams. I'm talking about those 3-1 teams. I just said I'm gonna leave the Packers out of it because I think Packers, Bills, there's a ton of 3-1 teams. I'm talking about these 3-1 teams. 3-1 teams like the Giants, dude. They're 3-1.
Yeah, the Giants.
The Cowboys, without their starting quarterback, are 3-1. The Minnesota Vikings, Kirk Cousins, who were always like, ugh.
That's kind of 3-1. That's kind of why I give the Cowboys a nod, because they're doing it without their QB1. But I do
who is not coming back, by the way, if you didn't hear Jesse's earlier report. He's not coming back.
I do feel like if they played each other, I think the Vikings would beat the Cowboys. And that's usually how I do my power rankings. It's that factors in. Like, if these two teams faced each other, who would win? I feel like the Vikings will beat the Cowboys right now.
But Kansas City's also 3-1, just for everybody who wasn't following along. Again, Adam L. Cowboys over Packers, Casey. How about that? Cowboys over Packers?
He might be talking about on my power rankings. I'm not impressed with the Packers at all.
I'm not either. I told you I died some. A little bit of me is dead by putting the Packers in there. But I mean, it's not just that.
The Packers.
They've also won 3 in a row.
Yeah, and how'd they win 3 in a row? Because they got beat down by the Vikings in the first game. Vikings should probably be ahead of the Packers.
Yeah, it's hard for me to buy Minnesota.
Justin Jefferson might be the best receiver in the game.
No lie. Absolutely no lie.
Tough.
No lie.
The one thing real quick, Damien, that we get out of all this is the league is so even.
Yeah.
The league is so even. Like, there's maybe like 2 elite teams and they've been beaten already. They've shown they can be beaten.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2, the real 98 Rock. Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Remind me, I got a 98 Rock story to tell you in just a minute. But before we do, let's go to the Sports Center desk.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
The Sacramento Kings beat the Lakers 105-75 yesterday. It was a question of who would start at the 2 and 4 spots, but those went to Kevin Huerter and KZ Okpala. Huerter finished the game with 5 points in 14 minutes, and Okpala 2 and 10. We also had some notable returns in the NBA last night. Kawhi Leonard had 11 points, John Wall scored 5, and then Ben Simmons finished with 6 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Over in the NFL, the Niners are coming off a big 24-9 win against the Rams. Some notes coming out after that game. Kyle Shanahan said he expects defensive backs Jason Verrett and Jimmy Ward to practice Wednesday. Both started the season on the injured reserve list. And then Shanahan also announced that the team expects Colton McKivitz to be out a couple months after spraining his MCL. Other NFL news, Jonathan Taylor is dealing with an ankle injury that he hopes will be good enough by the game Thursday night against the Broncos, but he has yet to practice. And speaking of the Broncos, they signed Latavius Murray off the Saints practice squad after putting Devontae Williams on IR. Murray is not expected to play Thursday night, though. Checking in on the MLB, Aaron Judge missed out on home run 62 in the Yankees' first game of the doubleheader. We'll see if he can get it in the second game. And then looking at the NL wild card, the Padres and Phillies are fighting for seeding. The Phillies take on the Astros, and the Padres got a game with the Giants tonight with first pitch at 6:40. Thanks for listening to this Sports Center update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
My boy, good right there. My boy, JT, go right there. I want to get back into the Kings shooting here in just a minute. But before I do, I said I had a 98 Rock story. Two things. One, you made a prediction last week that actually turned out to be true. You said you thought a Mega Powers handshake was on the way with me and 98 Rock. And in fact, that occurred over the weekend. Sort of.
Oh, wow.
Sort of. It didn't happen in person. That's a very visual bit Kenny just did, but it was very funny. I talked to my man Mikey at 98 Rock, and we talked through it, and that's my guy. Very talented dude. I enjoyed our conversation. And so it's all love with those guys over there.
That's what's up. That's what's up. You know
I went to and this is something that's never ever happened to me. And this hatred runs deep. I went to the tailor this morning. I told you about this, where you know Kenny and I are planning something very special. By the way, shout out Kendra Montgomery Block. She's all in, and we'll bring this to the airwaves as soon as we can. But we're going to need your help in a way we have never asked before. Yeah. But it's for a great cause, and we'll explain as this gets laid out moving forward. The tailor was listening to 98 Rock, and they have a show on there. I think it's called the Rad Show now.
Okay.
When I was at KSFM, it was Rob, Arnie, and Don. And it's so the R is Rob, and I think the A now stands for anybody because they've just cycled through different people. And then Dawn. Funny. And it's on 98 Rock, but it's a talk show. Uh-huh. And I've never ever listened to them because when I was at KSFM, I finished second my entire run as a morning show host because I couldn't beat them. Like just couldn't. And there was one stretch we were hot as fish grease, man. Like you could not stop us. We were the biggest station in the market. The afternoon show was killing it. Morning show. We were headed into our first quarter. I was staring down the barrel of a $10,000 bonus. Oof. We were going to be first place for the first time ever. We had this massive lead on them heading into the final book. We did the math and we figured the only way we could lose is if they got like an 18 share and we got a 9. That had never happened before.
Yeah.
They got a 19 share and we got a 9.
Oh.
And we lost. We blew a 23-3 lead or whatever, 28-3. We blew a 28-3 lead. It was we had champagne.
I don't know how that happened.
This, you know what this was? And it was an anomaly. We all knew it was an anomaly, but there's nothing we could do about it. Remember when the Spurs had the ropes out?
Yeah.
To celebrate the championship? That was us. There was champagne, there was glasses. We were going through the routine to open the book. And we just looked in, and there was this whole routine about opening this book, and just the person who opened it, he was the assistant pro. His face just went deadpan. It was like, you're not going to believe this. And yeah, so I had never listened to Rad.
Yeah.
It's not a bad show. It's not at all what I expected. It's an interesting show over there on 98 Rock. The very first time in all of my years in radio that I've ever listened to it.
Wow.
It was very, very interesting. Not bad at all.
There's a whole nother world out there.
It's not and remember, they don't play music. Like it's like, I'm interested to learn more about that show. I feel like I should know more because we work for the same company. They don't work in our building, or we don't work in the building either. But it was interesting. It was certainly interesting. Roddy said it's not a bad show. ? It's been the same show for 20 years. Yeah, dude, how would I know? I literally listened to it for the very first time ever. Sacktown Tony says need a bigger sample size. I don't know. They've been a ratings juggernaut for a long time. I'll never get over losing to them. I'm just
that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah. I'll never get over to.
I am glad to see
73 win season.
A little handshake getting in there. You're ready to go. I mean,
it's funny.
Still throwing up the rock, but
no doubt. We talented dude. We have a lot in common with them. I'll say that. But it was good. It was good to talk to Mikey and that crew over there at 98 Rock. Especially since we're going to see them in a couple of days. Do we know if Eric Crocker's coming up at the bottom of the hour or no? Have you heard from Eric?
Said yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. I didn't know. We'll I mean, Crocky's busy, man. They do a live version of Locked On Kings following 49ers win, similar to what Deuce and Mo do.
Right.
And he's a trainer.
Yeah.
He out there getting folks ready for the combine and all that.
That's facts. So we try to catch up with Crocky whenever he's got time.
That's it.
What I'm saying. We when he's got time, we make time. So,
and I always love when I get a text from James Ham that says, "You need me?" Because that means James wants to talk. So James is going to be with us, even though it's not his regular day. James can literally come on here anytime he wants to, and that'll be coming up at about 2:47. James will be with us again. Kings tickets on the way. Final hour of the show. Jason Jones will be with us. The 49ers announced they have released Willie Snead.
Oh, Willie.
They signed him yesterday.
Yeah. Said to make sure we were good for Monday night.
Willie Snead, we hardly knew you.
Hey. Usually you don't laugh at your own jokes. This one was kind of funny. The professor, he was going back and forth about his favorite team, the San Francisco 49ers, because he talks about them every Sunday. He was going back and forth about it. I had to ask him the question. I said, he said something yesterday during the game, and I was messing with him. He's like, man, I forgot Kendrick Nunn was on the team. And I said, quiet down. The varsity's playing right now. Varsity football's on right now. We'll get to that in a second. And he said whatever he said. I had to ask him. I said, hey, are the Chiefs paying the Raiders $400K to come play on Monday night? They got the Raiders like the Citadel. Hey, we pay $400.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
$400K for this tune-up.
It's a little uncalled for, but that's kind of funny.
See, I really don't be having no problems with the Raiders, but the Raider fans always be talking crazy. I told you guys this is what it is. I be minding my own business. I'll be worried about my conference. I only be worried about the AFC. And Raider fans be coming in talking crazy. Chiefs cut the check, man. Hey, I know you guys need a new weight room. I know you need a new weight room. Here's this $400K to come play us on Monday night.
I hope Sarah Hodges isn't listening. Sarah Hodges, Raider Nation, putting these clips out there, lying on my name, talking about what I said about the Raider. I'm like, hang on.
Hey, yeah, so they didn't write back to you, Damien. Wrote them off, but they didn't write back. That was kind of a bar.
Yeah, no, you can tell she loves it. She put it on every damn social media platform in existence, and then immediately cut it off and didn't put my response on where I said, hey, wait a minute. That's not what happened. Lying on my name. Kirk says over here at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, y'all going out to Sac State this weekend?
Yeah, who are you?
As a matter of fact, we are. Like, why are you tapped into our emails?
Who the hell are you, Kirk and Sean? Who are you?
Kirk, we literally just found out hours ago. We will, in fact, be out at the Sac State football game this weekend. We're excited about that. We've been talking about getting out there all year, and we're going to do it this year. I believe we're going to. I don't think we're playing, but we are going to be out on the field on Saturday.
I catch bad. I got hands. Hands. You know what I'm saying?
All right, get you some gloves.
Hey, I'm not going to be like Allen Robinson, though. I ain't going to be running 4.40 if you ain't going to pass me the ball. I'll be like Randy Moss. Remember Randy wouldn't run, wouldn't block if the play wasn't for him?
Oh, yeah. Hall of Famer, though. Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer. Wouldn't run the route, wouldn't block, quit on Oakland. First ballot Hall of Famer. Didn't know. He when you work for the mothership, boy, when you work for the media, they ain't got nothing bad to say about you.
That's messed up.
Absolutely nothing. Kirk pointing out that we talked about this yesterday on the live stream.
Okay.
So you are not tapped into our emails. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time out at Sac State.
Hold on, man. Hey, man, Loki in here talking about all I do is hate on the Raiders.
That's true.
Stop. Didn't I put out a pathway for their season not to be over at 0-3 when everybody was saying, "Oh, it's over 2.5%."
Well, see, we talked about that extensively. Now, Raider fans, i.e., Sarah Hodges, i.e. low key, like to forget that part and put all these clips out there on social media. But yes, we made it clear.
It made it perfectly clear. I said specifically,
you gotta win this one.
I said, yo, you still got a shot, because the way you should be looking at it, if you're 0-3, is get this one against Denver, tough against the Chiefs and all this other stuff. But hey, there's a pathway to get to 500 by week 6, and then you're feeling good. You're like, yo, we're right back in this thing. I laid out the pathway. I didn't throw no dirt on the Raiders, and I still haven't. Don't be mad at me because they're getting paid to go to Kansas City on Monday.
Okay, man, you out of control with that. Eric Crocker joins us coming up. James Ham on the way. Kings tickets. Jason Jones and the debut of our call of the night.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Absolutely Nobody. That's on the way here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. Be right back.
Oh, Will W., settle down. What'd I say about Denver? I don't even remember. What'd I say? Oh, no, but that ain't my fault if half the arena was looking like damn my stadium. That ain't my bad. How's that my fault? Could have, Stephen Brown. They absolutely could have. That's like me saying they could be 4-0 right now, though. They're not. They're not 1-3. They're 2-2, and they're in first place. It's just what it is. We can talk about woulda, shoulda. You know, we could do that. Y'all would get mad if I said they could have been 4-0 right now, but I digress. When it's something negative for the Niners, you can talk about what they could have been, I guess. So it's whatever. To be honest with you, Jesse, to be fair to the Raider fans, I don't think they're much like Kings fans. Like they don't believe in anything until they see it. So you feel good, you feel hopeful that you get Devontae Adams and stuff like that. But they know what it is. They know, like, yo, we've been down this road too many times. I need to see it from this team. So I don't The ones that we're talking Super Bowl, I don't think those are the ones that I don't want to say they're not real Raider fans because they are, but there's a lot of Raider fans that were like, it all looks good on paper, but we need to see it actually happen. Whew, that's a tall task, John Poles. That's a tall task, man. That's I think it's in LA though, so that's a positive. That's a reason to have hope. That's a tall task. Well, Stephen Brown, they absolutely could have been 4-0. This guy said the Niners could have easily been 1-3 when they beat the brakes off the Rams yesterday. How could they have easily been 1-3? Like, it'd be one thing if they went on a Hail Mary or a last-second field goal. The Rams didn't even score a touchdown. They beat the life out of them boys yesterday. Couldn't have easily been 1-3 anywhere. What's this guy talking about? It's going to be lit. It's going to be lit. That's going to be – they got the – see, that's the thing with the Niners. They got the defense to go up against the Kansas Cities and the Miamis and be able to stay with them. Will they do it? I don't know. I don't know because the offense is so explosive. But nah. Don't worry, Dane. Somebody else talked about it. It's crazy. It's coming. It's coming. Hey, there go my guy. EC, I see you in the background. We're going to wait for Damian to come back because he's going to set everything up. No. Look, I know a lot of people want to say Al Heyman is bad. He's doing everything. Terrence Crawford is finding every reason not to sign on the dotted line. I've been saying for years, you can go check with my man G Funky. I've been saying for years, Terrence Crawford has been waiting for Errol Spence to move out of the division. Terrence Crawford find every reason not to take this fight. Devin Haney signed a bad deal with Lou DiBella to go to Australia, not once, but twice, because he wanted the belts. He took a bad deal. He got locked into a bad rematch deal, all because he was like, you know what? I'm going to go handle this.
Make that switch. We bring Crocker in. ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. As we welcome in the homeboy, busiest dude in the game right here, Eric Crocker, the Locked On 49ers podcast, our ESPN 1320 analyst. Crocky, what's happening, baby?
What's good with y'all? And real quick, I got to give a shout out to Warrior World, man, for the Sucker Free 49ers t-shirt, man. Shout out to Warrior World.
Yeah, big ups to Warriors World, man. We be having beef during the basketball season, but we on the same. We be having that Macho Man handshake when 49er season come around, man.
Yeah.
By the way, Crocky, you made a reference to the Undertaker and Paul Bearer and the urn on last night's Locked On 49ers, and I popped for that. I was like, oh, Crocky, one of us. Crocky, one of us.
Hey, man, that's Daniel Brunskill, man. I feel like every time he got to play against Aaron Donald, it's like Paul Bearer come out of nowhere with the urn, like, and then he just Daniel Brunskill, he just pops up from the dead, man, and he's ready to go, and he plays his best football against Aaron Donald.
So Crocky, like, let's start there. Let's use Aaron Donald and just morph that to him personally, but also morph it into the Rams' whole dynamic going against the 49ers. Why do they have no answers against the 49ers? They have no answers against the Niners, it seems like almost ever, except for one quarter. And then Aaron Donald, one of the greatest players to ever play the game, he never really disrupts what the 49ers do, except for that one quarter last February. Like, what is that all about? Like, they dominate the Rams.
It's got to do something with the game. It has to do with the scheme, the game plan. maybe putting a little bit more attention towards him, sliding protection, chipping him, whatever it is working. And it kind of worked against them. You saw a guy slide last night on one of the first, I want to say maybe the second drive, but it was an early throw by Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody slid left and nobody just blocked him. He came in clean and got a hit on the quarterback. That was the only time Jimmy Garoppolo got hit for the entire game. So I don't know exactly what it is that they're doing. I'd have to talk to an offensive line specialist, but I'm pretty sure the rest of the league would want to know the recipe on that because they do well against them.
Yeah.
That offensive line was heavily criticized headed into the season. There was a lot of concern around them. What has been your feelings on that offensive line so far this season?
I think they got two rookies playing. One at right guard with Spencer Burford and one at left guard with Aaron Banks. And not to say Aaron Banks, he's not a rookie, but, this is his first, extensive playing time that he's had. And I think within that, you go through growing pains. I think we've seen more from Spencer Burford in the sense of it's really more the mental things, right? And y'all can attest to this playing in sports. The coaches, they can actually deal with kind of the physical mistakes. If you mess up on the play here and there, they hate mental mistakes. And I think Burford, maybe he has had a little bit too many mental mistakes, but that's part of the process of learning, development, and he continues to be out there. They started to have some kind of little rotation with Burford and the Undertaker, a.k.a. Daniel Brunskill, but I think overall, we've seen Burford do a solid job, and for the most part, they kept the quarterback clean last night. I think they're continuing to take strides in the right direction. So a lot of people really down on the offensive line after the Broncos game. I think as the season grows along and they continue to build that continuity, they'll continue to get better and better each week.
Crocky, I want to shift the focus to the other side of the ball because, I'm trying not to jump out the window. I don't speak in hyperbole often. We're 4 weeks into the season, but damn, this defense is crazy. They are crazy. They are elite on all three levels. Crocky, just break down what we're seeing right now from this defense. Why are they so top flight? Why are they so elite in your eyes?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think each level is playing extremely good complementary football. So you look at the pass rush. Obviously, they help the secondary and how long they have to cover. But then you look at the second level, and they handle their business and coverage as well. So everybody understanding their responsibilities. A lot of people are kind of worried about going from Robert Saleh to DeMeco Ryans. But I talked about it, man. DeMeco Ryans, he has been with this team as long as they've been with the 49ers or this regime. So when Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh and those guys got here in 2017, well, DeMeco Ryans got there in 2017 as well. He was just a linebacker coach. But I'd assume him being a linebacker coach, Robert Saleh being a linebacker coach, right? That was his background. He's in every single meeting with Robert Saleh. He knows exactly how Robert Saleh thinks. He's been in every one of those meetings. And I think you see the transition and everybody's going to sprinkle their own little things that they like based on their experiences and whatnot. But DeMeco Ryans has done a masterful job of that. And he's getting everybody going. Everybody's on the same page. I think that's when you see the best football. Now, I've been it's like, man, I see it. I see how great they are and how well they're playing. But you look at it week one, okay, you got Chicago Bears. They're struggling offensively against everybody, and it was a monsoon. All right, we'll see what happens. Then you play against, who was week two? The Seattle Seahawks. And at that time, you could say, oh, man, it's Geno Smith. This is Seahawks. They're kind of lacking right now. So maybe you make an excuse for that, even though they just put up 48 points against the Lions. But at the time, it's like, okay, maybe it's just the Seahawks and Geno Smith. Then you do it against Russell Wilson, and you're like, all right, but you know what? They haven't even scored more than 16 points in the game. And then you do it against the Rams. And I think now that lets you know, all right, at some point, this defense is for real. And it's really exciting to see how it's all coming together. And you got a couple more weeks coming up, not to skip over games, but between the Panthers and the Falcons. And I think you get to continue to fine-tune things and kind of see what you have leading into that game against Kansas City.
Yeah.
No plays over 20 yards last night. No touchdowns for the Los Angeles Rams, who are known for that offense. They could not get it going. Part of the reason they couldn't is because of Ufunga. Part of the reason they couldn't do it is that defense that you were just talking about. You made a face when I mentioned Ufunga's name, man. He might be the most popular dude in a 49ers uniform right now, Crocky.
There were a lot of people that were excited when 49ers drafted him. And I'm like, man, I see some of the things he does, but, man, step slow on film. Can he play faster? If not, he's going to have to play faster from a mental standpoint. And I think he's lost weight from his time playing with USC. He was more around 215, maybe even a few pounds heavier than that. He slimmed down to 200 pounds just to run a 4.61. And I was thinking, well, if he slimmed down to around 200 to run a 4.61, is he going to put that weight back on so he could be more of what they thought they were drafting? And then is that going to make him be a little bit slower? Well, looks like he's still around 200 pounds. He's running fast. Last night he hit 21 miles per hour on the GPS. That's extremely fast. So this is a guy that's really moving. And on top of him being able to run, he plays a step ahead mentally as well. They say he's a student of the game. He studies extremely well. I know going to training camp practices, he was consistently the first person out there on the field every single day. I think one time somebody beat him. I think it was like Hokick or whatever, the fullback. But he's always the first person out there. So he takes his craft extremely serious. He trains with Troy Polamalu. And right now, 49ers, the fans, the coaching staff, they're seeing the benefits of that.
The things that I like with Hufanga, he's got the holy trinity, I like to call, is an athlete, right? I don't want to take away from what he has as just an athlete. Like he's very good. He works hard at his craft physically, and he can do that. But he has, like you just mentioned, he studies the game. He studies his opponents. So he does his homework, and he understands what that is all about and what he has to do with that. But then he has the things, at least to me, that it feels like you just can't teach. He has certain instincts. The pick last week, that was an instinct thing. That wasn't that. I mean, you could probably say that was some film work too, but that was also just understanding the game and understanding. Oh, I'm supposed to be switching. It's a screen. Oh, let me jump. This instincts that you can't teach, that you can't even study in film, in my opinion. Is that accurate when you see Hufanga, where he has the physical tools for sure? He does his homework, but then there's another notch where he just has a feel for the game that can't be taught.
Man, there are some guys that are just born to make plays, and they just have a knack, and I think they just have those natural instincts. Now, some of it can be learned through tape and film, but some guys that just happen to always be around the ball, and this was Hufanga at USC as well. You look back to his last year, he was taking the ball away. He was around the line of scrimmage. He was making plays. All the things you're seeing him do with the 49ers right now, he did do at USC that last year there, and there was a lot of changeover with the coaching staff and whatnot, so he played in different defenses, but that last year, it felt like it all came together. I think you're seeing that right now. And there's another guy that the 49ers have who I'm like, you know what? Like, can we get this guy on the field? Because he's a playmaker as well, and that's Samuel Womack. So that's another guy who I feel like no matter how you have to do it, and okay, there was a little lapse against the run game or whatever the issues were that made him, I guess, get benched for Diamador Lenore, who's actually playing extremely well. But you got to get those guys that take away the ball on the field. Womack was involved in 4 takeaways in the preseason, 2 interceptions, another interception where he batted the ball in the air and somebody picked it off, and then a fumble recovery on special teams. Then he comes in the game against the Denver Broncos, punches a ball out, right? The Broncos end up recovering it, but those guys, they just have a knack for it. Womack has it, and I believe Talanoa Hufanga has it as well.
Talking about playmakers, I'm going to give you the option here, Crocky. This playmaker, you could pick one, stays healthy the entire year. Nothing happens to him, doesn't miss a play. But you can only pick one. Debo or Bosa?
Debo.
Okay. Crocky gave that one a lot of thought.
Listen, the 49ers, they're hanging their hat on the defense right now, and definitely, I mean, we see what Nick Bosa does. He is amazing. I would say in any other situation, I'd be like, there's no way in hell I take a receiver over an impactful edge rusher who's the most productive edge rusher in the game right now. But Deebo Samuel is kind of carrying this offense. And as well as the 49ers played, at least what it looked, and you got the win and you put up 24 points. Well, the offense only put up 17. And seven of those came off Deebo Samuel just being Deebo Samuel, right? And just to have a guy out there where you could just get the ball in the hands of him and just say, hey, man, just go make a play, please, for us. Please do something for our offense. He does that. I've kind of, I don't want to say being critical of the offense, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer or anything like that, but it's kind of struggling right now. And if you look at their points per game, not very high. You look at what they've done in the second halves of games. I mean, even last night in a huge win, great win. You scored 3 points in the second half. That's not ideal. So I think that Deebo Samuel is extremely important to this offense. And I don't want to envision the 49ers offense without Deebo Samuel right now. Now, maybe they start to click and everybody starts hitting on all cylinders and we're seeing more explosive plays from everybody, whether it's George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings doesn't drop a pass, whatever it is. Ray McLeod takes a screen to the house, whatever. But right now, man, that offense, if they don't have Deebo Samuel, I don't want to know what that looks like right now.
I feel you. We didn't get a chance to speak last week, but I don't know. You might have saw my thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo last week. I think you echoed the same thoughts that I had on Jimmy Garoppolo. I seen every game he played with the 49ers. That was the worst game he's ever played with the 49ers in Denver. And I was very disappointed to see that. Bounce back on Monday Night Football. Wasn't outstanding, wasn't spectacular, but he did his job. He made, more importantly to me, he didn't turn the ball over. Do you think that is a recipe for success with this team moving forward, or do you need Jimmy to turn his play up a little bit and actually make some plays? Is it going to be good enough with this defense and with maybe a playmaker like Deebo, and if they ever find George Kittle in the offense again, is it going to be good enough for Jimmy just to not turn the ball over and keep the chains moving?
I think it would be good enough until it's not. Right. And right now, everybody's expectation, everybody in the chat right now, everybody listening on the radio, their expectations are, hey, man, we want to see the 49ers in the Super Bowl, right? You got Jimmy Garoppolo there. He's supposed to be ready to go. You got these weapons. You got this Super Bowl ready defense, right? So if that's the expectations, then the offense just has to be better. We've seen this team be carried by the defense. And then what happens? Hey, offense, we need you to make a play. And Deebo already made the play. So can somebody else come through and in the biggest of moments, again, which what is the expectations of this team, you fell flat. You had a 10-point lead or whatever in the Super Bowl against Kansas City Chiefs, and you needed to make a play offensively. Just make one play, just that play. Could not do it down the stretch, right? You relied on your defense to only give up 10 points to that point, and then all of a sudden, when things start going the other way, offense, can you do something? They couldn't do it. You need your quarterback to be a little bit better. You need your players to be a little bit better. We saw it in the Rams game. 49ers 10-point lead late in the game. What happens? Offense, can you please make a play? Deebo already made a play for you. Took a screen to the house, 50 yards, broke hella tackles, ran in for a touchdown. Can somebody just make a play? And it starts, I feel like, with the quarterback position. So as it pertains to Jimmy Garoppolo, I'll give him the pass of he didn't play in preseason. He didn't play in training camp. He didn't have a playbook. All those things definitely go against him, right? So I'll give you a mulligan for last week, and I'll give him time to really kind of settle in. I think my biggest issue is I feel like what we've seen so far, at least the recipe for how the 49ers want to win right now, which is, and Kyle Shanahan made it clear when he decided to kick the field goal as opposed to go for the touchdown, he is banking on his defense carrying them. And I don't like that recipe. Now, maybe he feels like that's how he has to play with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. And hey, we've won a lot of games like that. So, okay, let's keep it going. But I don't think as it pertains to winning it all, you can hang your hat on that because you need everything to be perfect. Yep. And that is extremely difficult. We need more from the quarterback position. Hopefully, Jimmy Garoppolo, as the season goes on, they get a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And come postseason, he's really ready to go.
Last thing, Crocker, you mentioned struggling offenses. They got the Panthers coming up. They got the Falcons coming up. It's talked about amongst fans a lot. It's talked about amongst media in those trap games, those games where you could really get caught slipping. Is that something that comes up in a locker room? Do you guys discuss that? Like, hey, we know we're going against a team that is struggling really, really bad right here, but we've got to stay focused on what we're doing.
I think that is something that can naturally happen. Like you just kind of relax a little bit, right? And the best of coaches are able to get the guys to not relax during that moment. Back in my day, I won a championship with it right there with the San Jose SaberCats. And we lost one game all year, right? We were dominant. We had probably the best players, but we were extremely well coached. We were extremely disciplined. That one game we lost was to the worst team in the league, the LA Kiss. And it was in overtime. It was a game that we had no business losing, but you kind of relax a little bit, and then it happens. You're like, dang, how'd that happen? I think that might have been the 49ers against the Bears. Maybe elements had a lot to do with that. I think when you look on your schedule, it's like, man, we just knocked off the defending Super Bowl champs. And, okay, we got to go to Carolina. They've been getting their butts kicked. Man, we got to go to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're whatever. Kyle will have those guys ready to go, but I think you got to dominate. And it has to look a certain way. A win is a win, right? People be like, a win is a win. A win is a win, sure. But if the 49ers are going to be who we want them to be, I think you have to go out there and just really impose your dominance on those teams. Whereas like y'all not in the same league as us. We are hoping for a Super Bowl. Y'all hoping to just win a couple games this year. So a win is a win. I'll take whatever happens, but you definitely want to get going to where you play against the Chiefs and you're clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, I agree.
209's finest. Locked On 49ers podcast. Crocky, we appreciate you as always, brother. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me, y'all.
Take care, big dog.
That's Eric Crocker, ESPN 1320 49ers analyst right there, host on the Locked On 49ers. I was listening to him and Brian this morning, just trying to catch up, Candlestick Chronicles, all these different things. Sometimes I'll put a podcast on, listen to it at a speed and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Listening to Crocky on speed and a half. That's an experience. That's an experience everybody should have. If the Locked On 49ers aren't a part of your coverage, you're really missing out. Great stuff.
I don't know how you do that. I've tried that before. I can't.
You got to ease into it.
Yeah, I just can't.
You got it. You can't go from 1 to 2. You just 1 1.25, and then you get used to it. 1.25 to 1.5. Once it gets to 1.5, I don't go above that. 1.5. I listened to books at 1.5. I dropped 1. I don't remember if it was this book on. I think it was this book on Def Jam. I was listening to this book on Def Jam, and I had dropped it back to 1. And I kept saying, "Why is this dude reading so slow? What is this dude's problem?" And I'm looking at my phone like, "What is wrong with this?" I had just gotten so accustomed to hearing a speed and a half. Now that's what books. I don't listen to all podcasts on speed and a half. Like if there's there was Kings last night. I wanted to hear what, I know Night Chat was popping last night. We're all very aware of Night Chat for y'all is morning chat for me. And so I was catching up on that. I wanted to hear what Chris Biederman had to say about the 49ers win. And of course I wanted to hear what Crocky had to say about the 49ers also. There was a lot I wanted to listen to. So I kind of upped the speeds a little bit and got to Crocker. I was like, man, this is something. Crocky is he riding here at a speed and a half.
Yeah, man. Oh, go ahead.
I'm anxious. I need to see. I'm with Crocky. Wins or wins. I need to see a performance these next 2 weeks.
I do. I really
not good. They are not playing good football right now. I get what you said earlier, traveling across the country, all of that. There is this insane Matt Rule stat, and I can't remember what it was. They're like 1 in this is probably not exactly it, but it's in the vicinity of it. They're like 1 in 26 if they don't score over 17 points or something like that.
Oh, wow.
It's something. It's just some like insane. It's like, wait, what? Which is you don't root for this stuff. We don't root for this stuff. Like Matt Rule's going to lose his job. It's going terribly for him. It's going terribly for Baker. I think Sam Darnold was cleared to play. It's all bad in Carolina right now.
It is all bad.
Niners need to come in there and just put their foot on their neck early and get this over with.
They do. That's the key.
Baker Mayfield first quarter.
Yeah, do it early. Do it early. Make sure they don't because that's what happened in Chicago. I mean, they were clearly better than Chicago. They should have beat the brakes off of them, but they let Chicago hang around and have something crazy happen and feel good about themselves. And they it ended up biting them in the butt. They lost. Don't let that happen with Carolina. Go out there, let them know early on that you don't have a shot, and you put them away early, and then you go on and get that W.
Quick, Jesse always taking care of us. Under Matt Rule, the Panthers have lost 24 straight point. 20 that. We're live, pal.
Oh, it's live, pal.
All right, let's try that again. Under Matt Rule, the Panthers have lost 24 straight when their opponent scores 17 plus.
Oh, gotcha.
17. They lost 24 straight because their opponents scored 17 or more.
Yeah, that's another way of saying your stat. Like if we allow more than 17, we're not going to score more than 17. That's not even a lie.
That is brutal.
Not even a lot. Speaking of not a lot, I may butcher the stat a little bit, but bear with me. The Niners and the Rams. I think going into last night, I think in the last might have been 5 or 6 meetings between the two teams, The Rams were averaging like 16 points a game. That was before last night. We talking about the Rams. We talking about Sean McVay. You want to talk about people talking about offensive geniuses and all this other stuff?
Hey,
Sean McVay.
How much is Sean McVay thinking about that Amazon money?
Oh, they're all thinking about Aaron Donald thinking about retirement, and Sean McVay thinking about Amazon money, all this other stuff. But no, I don't think you heard me right. Not their games. Maybe I said it wrong. 16 points a game in their last 6 matchups with the 49ers. So this man's like 3-4 years where they're like this top flight offense. They're putting it on everybody. But for whatever reason, against the Niners, they have no answers.
That's really you mentioned this yesterday, and I thought it was one of your Kenny things, and it's like, oh, whatever. If you can weed past the division stuff, this is really a pretty cold rivalry.
There's real heat, man.
Yeah, Jalen Ramsey is just perpetually in his feelings about something, as is the case with what Debo did to him last night. Of course, there's the Aaron Donald who clip, and then there's the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan stuff. It really, and then it's magnified by the fact that they're division rivals as well. It's so bizarre that the Rams can beat. Now the catch to this is they've played one truly meaningful game and won.
Mm-hmm. That's what's frustrating. We let them off the hook.
That's the weird thing. They've played one truly meaningful game and the Rams won. But not that regular season games aren't meaningful. Week 18 was extremely meaningful for the San Francisco 49ers. The Rams would have loved to have eliminated the 49ers before the playoffs even started last year, but they couldn't do it. The fact that Sean McVay just can't beat Kyle Shanahan in the regular season, and Jimmy Garoppolo is a part of that equation too.
What he's 7-0 against them now?
7-0. Mm-hmm.
That's a trip.
It's up there with like Brady versus Dallas and Brady versus Dallas, and I think it's Mahomes versus the Broncos.
It sounds about right. Might be Mahomes versus the Raiders. No shade.
Raiders beat them last year, but it's I think it's
last year.
I think so.
They might have. I'm trying to think. Did they beat them in week? Early season?
I'm making it up. Maybe they didn't. I don't know.
I don't even mean that as shade. I think because Mahomes done work against the Raiders. He's done work against a lot of people, but
he has. But Mahomes is 9-0 versus the Broncos. I swear the Raiders beat the Chiefs last year.
They might have. I'm
gonna be looking.
Did you see that tweet from Odell Beckham Jr.? I think it was last night. And it goes
went to week 14. The Chiefs beat the Raiders 48-9. Sorry, this is my bad.
But Odell tweeted out last night. He said, "Y'all ever walk into a beef that you didn't know was a real beef? Yeah, LOL, Rams 49ers, that S is real." Y'all know what side I'm on, though. All right, whatever, bro. But yeah, like they don't like each other. They really don't like it. Aaron Donald don't like the Niners. They don't like the Niners. Debo relishes in the fact. I think he was out there posting clips of what's the one where Jalen was like, "I'm him."
Yeah.
And then somebody goes to the clip of him running through Jalen Ramsey. Like, it's real heat with these dudes, man.
Jalen is really in his feeling. Like, he loves to talk. He doesn't take it well, though. Like, he'll talk, but, man, when it's thrown back at him, oh, my life is good. He hits you with the LeBron James. Like, my life is good. Y'all got to go back to your jobs. All right, Jalen, calm down. Patrick Mahomes is 7-1 versus the Raiders. Raiders beat the Chiefs in week 5 of 2020.
I think I do remember that game. Derek Carr went into KC and won that one.
James Ham joins us in the debut of our Call of the Night. That's up next here. Plus Kings tickets on the way. Don't forget about that. That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Man, I got to bring up these. Go ahead. Daddy House, remind me. I got to bring up these potential sale price for Phoenix. Okay, no problem. We'll still break at 13 though, just so you know. Okay. Oh yeah, I got you. Oh man. Here's a house show thing, I guess. So I guess all signs are pointing to Bray on Extreme Rules, which is Sunday. But I'll give the WWE credit. This is good storytelling. It's different, and I think that I can't. They're really relying heavily on the smart fan, but the stuff that they started doing at the house show is just brilliant, just so good. They're conditioning a response for when it happens on television. And my guess, obviously, I don't know, everyone in Extreme Rules this weekend is going to be primed for a Bray Wyatt debut. And the fact that they have conditioned the audience how to respond is amazing without ever once doing it on television and just relying on the power of social media and websites and all of that different stuff. They have done a flawless job at making sure I'm assumption on my part that White Rabbit music hits, those phones come out, the lighters go up in the air, everybody goes nuts for it, and I guess Bray Wyatt reemerges. They've just really, really great work. Great. I don't want to call it storytelling. It's storytelling, but great work building anticipation for this. Really, really good stuff. I think there's a difference between relying on fans to help tell your story and then like the old Vince Russo stuff of let's shoot, let's do stuff that the inside fans would know. Let's do, Hulk Hogan saying this is why this company's in the shape that it's in. Dude, no one like that stuff. It was trash then. It was never compelling. It was never interesting. It was never entertaining. Paul Heyman perfected it on a very small level in Philadelphia. But every time a major company tried to do it, it usually failed. Matt Hardy versus Edge worked to a certain degree. That stuff failed. It's completely different when you keep everything within the context of a story and allow the fans to tell the story for you. It's beautiful. That's what WWE has done with this. And whoever booked this, wrote this, planned it out, deserves a massive round of applause. And I'm sure James Ham would agree. What's up, Hammer?
What's happening?
How was podcasting, man?
It was all right. Good to get the band back together.
Yeah. I'm always excited. I've been saying this all day. I'm always excited when I get a text from you that says, need me today? Because I feel like you got stuff you really want to say. And that always makes me.
Well, anytime we have the first preseason game, and I wasn't able to be on yesterday, it just makes sense, to have like sort of the postmortem on the game.
Yeah. We should be back any second here.
Yeah, what do you got there for a shirt? What shirt is that?
That's Jay-Z and Nipsey. Dopeones.com. I can't move my microphone out of it.
Oh.
Jay-Z and two of your favorites.
Nice. I at least know who they are.
Yeah, I'm sure Nipsey was pretty. I know Nipsey was really popular in the Kings locker room with Isaiah and DeMarcus here.
Yeah, huge. Isaiah was a huge fan.
Yeah. Nip performed at his draft party. Story goes, Nip performed at his draft party, and Isaiah was the one that turned DeMarcus Cousins on to Nipsey Hussle. Oh, the times are coming in.
They're coming in.
Just full disclosure. No, never mind. 1320 Kings insider James Ham with us now. We've got Kings tickets coming up in about 30 or 40 minutes. But KC, James is here. I think we before we dive into the game, and we need to debut our brand new segment. It is the Call of the Night, brought to you by nobody. It's brought to you by absolutely nobody for a variety of different reasons. The main reason was we just got the idea yesterday. If you would like to be the proud sponsor of our Call of the Night, email Rich Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's rich.ripley at Odyssey.com, and you can be the proud presenter of the Call of the Night. Rich Ripley, rich.ripley at Odyssey.com. Casey, what do we got?
Now, can I say this real quick? Reference it just a little bit. It will get better once we can get our guy Mark Jones.
Oh, it will.
But
well,
here's
good broadcast.
The Call of the Night, Keegan Murray.
Jones, that's basically his go-to. Huge offensive repertoire. Murray certainly has it. He's drifting left, shooting right, and it is a 6-point Sacramento lead. Ooh, bad pass. That's Murray again.
They did stink right there. They did stink.
Yeah, that was.
They did stink right there.
Maybe we should have waited till Mark called the game before we debuted this segment. That was just bad. That was probably bad planning on our part.
It is. I was like, oh, damn. Where else did this game play? No, only on Sportsnet.
That one's on the house. We'll give you the bad call on the house. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay for that one. That was yikes.
But you guys get the gist of what's going on here.
Call of the Night brought to you by nobody, and I see why after hearing that call. All is right with the world. Playoff drought's ending this year. Come on, man. That was a beautiful performance last night.
Tuesday overreactions.
Oh,
absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. We'll take the overreaction out of this. The overall performance from the team last night was very good.
Oh, I thought they got off to a really bad start. I thought they couldn't hit a shot early on. And the offense looked really, really clunky. And look, if Mike Brown is if he's gonna stick with his KZ Okpala idea, which I'm not saying is a bad idea because I think he's a tremendous defender. But if he's gonna stick with that lineup, KZ's got to hit 3-pointers, and De'Aaron Fox has to hit 3-pointers, and Sabonis has to hit 3-pointers. Everyone has to hit 3-pointers. You have to space the floor. And so I thought it looked a little clunky early. But I also liked Mike Brown calling timeouts, lambasting his team, sending him back out there, and having true corrections being made. And we had a couple of moments. Malik Monk got burned on a couple of plays. De'Aaron Fox got burned. Just let Russ run right by him early in the game. I thought that was preseason basketball at its finest. But the second half, what did they outscore them? 64-29. It was a lambasting in the second half, and the Kings really came out to play, even if it was the second, the third, the fourth unit.
Well, James, I guess I'll bring up the question that I posed earlier, because I agree with you. If there is KZ Okpala in the starting lineup, you're going to need everybody to hit shots. But there's another move that could be made. And I don't think it's going to happen personally. But the move may be you move Keegan into the starting lineup at the 4. You got KZ Okpala as your perimeter defender, your primary perimeter defender. And that means Harrison Barnes comes off the bench. Don't think it happens, but if you are going with KZ Okpala, that's one way to get some shooting in there with everybody else around him.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison Barnes is a great shooter as well, though. So
great as him. Yeah.
I mean,
he's not a great shooter. He's
39 to 40% for the last 3 years
from 3.
Yeah, Harrison Barnes. Yeah, Harrison Barnes has been a knockdown 3-point shooter for the last couple of years, and he's a guy that for my money, he just doesn't shoot enough. That's the problem. So I mean, eventually, you hope that that Keegan can step into it. Yeah, but like I'm looking at his numbers, 39.4% last year, 39.1% the year before, 38.1 the year before that, and when he got traded to the Kings, 40.8%. I mean, that's about as good as it gets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a really, really good 3-point shooter. So I'm comfortable with Harrison Barnes being in that starting lineup. And to be honest with you, I think the most interesting thing that we're seeing early on is that Keegan Murray, not only is he coming off the bench, but Keegan's playing the 3 off the bench. And we saw it in practice on Saturday, and I pointed it out. But then at the game, that's exactly what we saw. I mean, he's playing alongside Trey Lyles and Rashawn Holmes. I'll also point this out. Keegan told us early in camp that he had spent the last couple of weeks playing in the high post. And I thought that was interesting because I was like, okay, why are they playing him in the high post? Because he's devastating in the post. So if you put him on the right or the left block, that's fine. And he's also a great 3-point shooter. He can take guys off the dribble. So he's kind of a 3-level scorer. I mean, he's really more like a 2.5 level scorer. But if you're going to put him in the high post, that means he's going to be running the offense. And I think that might be what we're going to see with the second unit, is that when Sabonis steps off the floor, that Keegan Murray steps in and is that offensive cog that the Kings have been looking for off the bench. And I thought he made a couple of really nifty passes. He only ended up with, I think, 1 assist, but that's just because the Kings couldn't hit shots at all. I thought he made he made passes that I didn't know he had in him, that he had the court vision to make. And they weren't anything spectacular. They were just passes that you don't make unless you're really scanning the floor. And so, yeah, I think there's some interesting things going on here.
I feel like there's a lot to talk about with Keegan Murray. You were talking about the passes that they made. Did you see the movement that you wanted to see? The movement that Mike Brown has been preaching about, the movement that Keegan and Kevin Huerter and the different guys in the media scrums have talked about over the last week. Did you see that movement there, particularly from the starting unit?
I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was great, but I also don't think they played through Sabonis enough. We've heard them talk about an over-reliance on the pick and roll in the past, that this team really does get caught just running one pick and roll after another, until they become extremely predictable. And I can understand that. So they're going to try to go to a little bit more of a read and react system. I still want to see the pick and roll. I mean, the pick and roll, they go to the pick and roll so much because it works, especially with Sabonis and Fox. So I want to see more 2-man game here and there. It doesn't have to be every possession, but I definitely would like to see an expanded offense, because I think that's something that we've seen over the last couple of years, that there comes a point where they are just like, they're boring. And the second you pull Sabonis off the court last year, I think it really shined a light on it, just how bad the offense looked before he got there. And especially when you take Halliburton out of it and sort of his ability to play in the pick and roll and set guys up. Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're going to have to let Mike Brown coach this team for, certainly a couple of years, but really, like, I don't remember another season where, let's see, the Kings, they had media day on Monday, they had practice on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they had Friday off, they had practice on Saturday, and then they had a short practice before they hopped on a plane. So they had 5 days of practice with a completely new group before they played a preseason game. So this preseason game seemed like it was really pushed forward. And I think that's why we saw some of the clunkiness, a read and react system takes a long time to develop. It takes guys to get comfortable with each other. And you're doing a read and react system with realistically 2 players who have played together, and that's Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox. It's going to take time to develop all that. And so, yeah, I think this will look a lot different in 2 weeks when the season opens up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. Do you think, talking about the starting lineup, do you think that's the starting lineup we see opening night, or was he just kind of experimenting with some stuff last night?
Yeah, I think he was experimenting, and he might experiment with that during the regular season as well. I mean, KZ Okpala is an elite defender. I've watched enough footage of him outside of, him playing with, this group or that. Like the small sample size. Like if you really watch him play defense, he's a very, very good defender. The question is whether your offense is good enough with him in there. If the other 4 guys are strong enough and have a strong enough bond and chemistry to make it work, because he is going to force, teams just aren't going to defend him on the perimeter until he proves he can hit the 3-point shot. If that's the case, they're going to just clog the lanes, and Fox and Sabonis are going to have a really difficult time. But as far as like a defensive cog, I look at Matisse Thybulle and with the 76ers, and we all know that like that guy, he averaged 3 points a game one year starting. That's just not going to fly for the Kings. They don't have a Joel Embiid, and they don't have a James Harden and a Tobias Harris. Like the combination of players that are around him make it work. Even, they always have a 3-point shooting guard that's in the backcourt, whether it's Maxey or, Danny Green in the past. Like that works because you have such good offensive players. The Kings are going to have to show that they can be that kind of offensive team. And when Fox starts a game 1 for 6 from the field and isn't hitting his 3-point shots, and Sabonis isn't taking 3-point shots, and Okpala is going to be difficult to pitch in that situation. Those other guys have to carry the weight in order for Okpala to work.
It's ESPN 1320, Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham with D'Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the very free Odyssey app. We're also on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to watch the show. Is KZ Okpala in the starting lineup perhaps an indictment on the defensive efforts of the other four?
No. I just think that, you're going to try something. And it really does, like I talked about this on the podcast we just had, and I've got a piece going up in a little while. Like my first year covering this team, I'll tell, like that first year, Marcus Landry was signed to the team, right? So we got to training camp, and it was supposed to be like Dante Green and Omri Caspi battling it out against each other for the starting small forward spot. Well, Carl Landry's little brother, Marcus Landry, was signed to like a summer contract and showed up to camp, and Paul Westphal ended up starting him the first 2 games, and Marcus Landry was really good and probably deserved to not only make the team, which he did not 2 weeks later, but he probably deserved to play. And they had brought in, I think it was Antoine Wright. They had some other guys that they were going to try at that position and like mix and match and do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, that's an example of where just because you play someone in preseason doesn't even mean they're going to make the team just because you're starting them in preseason. And that I don't think that will be the case with KZ. I think he will make the team. But I also know that like most NBA coaches, they don't want to put their best 5 players in the starting 5 because then where are you going to go from there? That's it. Like if something's gone wrong, you've already put your best players out there. You got to have something else in reserve on the bench. And that's why I think we are seeing Keegan Murray on the bench right now, because I think he is one of their best 5 players. But for right now, it makes more sense. He's going to get more touches with that second unit. And the fact is that if they decide that Okpala isn't the answer, that doesn't necessarily mean that Keegan Murray is the answer. It could mean that Okpala falls completely out of the rotation and they go to someone different, Trey Lyles, or they go to Chima Moneki. They just try something completely different at that position to give them a different look than what they're already putting out there. So I think people shouldn't read too much into game 1 of preseason. If it's game 2, game 3, and he's still the starter, then KZ Okpala is probably going to be the starter. But even that, how long will it last if their offense isn't working?
You look at what they have shooting wise, and we didn't see it last night. They didn't shoot the ball very well from beyond the arc last night. But do you think that's kind of an admiration, like guys just kind of getting a feel for everything, or do you think they have enough shooting? I know that was a big emphasis this offseason, and then you see the first game, they shoot, 12 or 29 from beyond the arc or something like that. Is that, in your opinion, an admiration, or do they need to still be hunting for more shooting somewhere?
Well, I don't think any team can have enough shooting. Like that's just the NBA way now, when teams are shooting so many 3-pointers, it's crazy. I'm going to say that for this team, though, specifically right now, I think they do have enough. It's just combinations of players. You got to figure, it just goes back to like the tough guy from last year. They brought in some tough guys that, were going to help change things. Guys like Tristan Thompson. And, when you bring in tough guys, even Alex Len, that's fine. You can have tough guys, but if they don't step on the floor, then they can't be a tough guy, So again, when you're talking about the 3-point shooters, like, it doesn't really matter when you bring in a Sam Merrill if Sam Merrill's not going to play, or Terrence Davis can be a great 3-point shooter, but if he's not playing, it doesn't really matter. So you got to have the guys that are on the court that are playing be really good 3-point shooters, which, like, look, I think the interesting thing about KZ Okpala is that he was a very good offensive player in his sophomore year at Stanford. He was a good 3-point shooter. He was a good player offensively. I think he averaged 19 points a game in his sophomore season before he went into the draft. He's got all the tools. He's been sitting like on the bench in Miami for 3 years. We have no idea what he is and who he is as a player. And until he proves he's a 3-point shooter, it doesn't even matter if he hits a couple. He's got to prove that he can do it night in and night out in order for defenses to actually play him on the defensive end. And, something that, last season we saw, Mo Harkless was never able to prove it. He couldn't prove that he can hit the 3. And even though the Kings were a much better team when he was on the court, it just, everyone else, like, it didn't feel right. It didn't look right. And I know we got to a certain point in the season and they were like 15-15 with Mo Harkless in the starting lineup. And that team was horrible. And he was at 500 as a starter. And it shows you that a defensive player can change the whole complexity of what you're doing. But the other guys have to really pick it up in order for that to happen.
Keegan was really comfortable last night with that second unit and aggressive in getting his points. Is that something that can translate if he were to be moved to the starting lineup, or if this is a earn your spot type thing? Is that something that could translate with Harrison and Sabonis and Fox and Herter or Monk on the floor at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at, even if you plug him in right now, he's your 4th or your 5th option in the starting lineup. And that's not because he deserves that.
He is, though. I feel like he might wind up being your 3rd.
Well, that might be the case. It might be the case. But it also, I mean, we have to respect the fact that Harrison Barnes has done it for more than,
Sure.
Summer League and one preseason game. He's done it for the last decade in the NBA. And so, like, you're going to have trust in him. And then where do you put, if he's going to be, let's say he is your 3rd and Harrison's your 4th, well, what does that make? Kevin Huerter's now your 5th option, and he's such a lethal weapon. And again, the key to Kevin Huerter is he's going to space the floor. So it's not just that, even if he is in your starting lineup and you have to actually play him, you actually need the 3-pointers from Kevin Huerter. You need him to have 10 to 12 shots a game. It's one thing to have a shooter. It's a whole other. I mean, how many times do we have to complain that Harrison Barnes doesn't shoot the ball enough? If Kevin Huerter is your 5th option and he's just not getting enough touches, that's also going to be a problem. And so I think it's Mike Brown has a lot of figuring out to do. He's got a bunch of puzzle pieces and he's got to figure out where they all fit. And I think for right now, he's going to be grasping at straws in certain situations. In other situations, it's going to feel really comfortable. If you looked at the second unit looked really solid and balanced.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a second unit that made a lot of sense. But you got to have your guys play better. Those guys have to hit shots as well. But yeah, I think that there's just going to be more tinkering, and that's what preseason and training camp is about. It's about tinkering and trying to figure everything out. And I do think, it won't be that long before Keegan Murray is in the starting lineup if it's not opening night. I mean, he's going to be pushing for Rookie of the Year right out of the gate. And the Kings are going to want to embrace that. And that means he's going to have to slide into that starting lineup at some point.
Y'all remember Tinker Toys?
Oh, of course. Lincoln Logs and Tinker Toys.
Tinker Toys.
Yeah, there's little things that you like connect. They were like sticks and wheels. That's all it was. Tinker Toys.
Yeah.
Tinker. I immediately think of Tinker Toys. My grandma had them.
I don't remember that. I remember the thumb wrestlers though.
Oh, I had those. I had the big rubber, the big giant rubber guys too. Where when you punched one of them, like the whole paint would like smear off. I had. Them.
Did you have Rock'em Sock'em? Where the
no, I never really had those things.
I played that. I didn't have it.
It wasn't mine.
I
I felt like that was big money. I didn't have the big money. I had the little rubber guys. The Rock'em Sock'em was the big money for me.
That's funny.
James, what'd you think about De'Aaron Fox last night? Not the best shooting performance, but one thing that I take out of that personally is, it wasn't the best shooting performance, but he found a way to get some numbers on the board. He didn't play much, but he was at 10 points, whatever the case may be. And one of the things that I noticed from a lot of top tier players is that happens from time to time. Like, you're not shooting the ball well, but they find a way to get easy buckets. They usually find ways to get to the line, knock down their free throws. And that's how you get to your people that average 23 points a night. They're not always on and shooting great, but they find a way to get those numbers come hell or high water. What did you think about Fox's performance last night?
Yeah, so okay. Well, first of all, in the chatty house, where the erector set was the biggest. That's the rich kid toy. If you had Lincoln Logs and Tinker Toys, it was the erector set with the little tiny screws, and that's the rich kid had those.
Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to Fox, look, I'm gonna say it straight up. I was disappointed. I was disappointed because I thought it was just the same stuff that we saw last year during the bad times until we got to the late second quarter when he was in for the second time and he put his foot down. I don't care about his numbers. Win the game. Make winning plays. Don't let Russell Westbrook blow by you and go right to the basket when your coach is yelling and screaming about playing defense. Don't have your coach yelling at you to run the ball up and down the court. When you're open, hit your wide open shots, which he didn't do. And then, you know what? Like, the creative stuff, the amazing stuff when he's getting downhill and running at the rim. Like, where's that in the first quarter? Where is that in your first stint? Set the tempo to open the game. Don't make people wait for it. Set the standard of how the game is going to go, the force you're going to play with in the opening minutes. Don't try to get your feet wet and dabble a little bit in what's happening. Hit it hard in the beginning, and then you set the standard of what's going to be expected for the rest of the game, not just from you, but from your teammates. And I want to see that early. I don't want to wait until right before halftime when the game is clunky and ugly anyways already.
What do you think changes Sunday?
I just think they'll be better. Like, they're going to have 4 days of practice, and that's 4 days of practice today versus 4 days of practice in the middle of the season means something totally different. They're still trying to get comfortable. They're still trying to figure things out. They do know right now is there's one big dog who's leading everything, and that's Mike Brown, and he's telling them exactly what's going to happen. Now it's their job to interpret what he's doing and put it on the floor and make it work. And we saw him use timeouts really well and, give guys an earful. We saw the whole situation on Saturday where in all my time covering this team, I've never seen a coach in front of the entire team, in front of the media, call out a player, have him standing there and literally lay into him about not making a big enough impact on the court during a practice session. I haven't seen it like in front of the media. That stuff happens all the time, but in front of the media, that doesn't usually happen. And I thought it was an interesting moment for Mike Brown and just the way he's going to handle things. I think Davion's the right guy to do that with because he's just going to take it as a challenge and you're not going to hurt feelings. But I still thought it was like a moment that, again, we just haven't seen before. And you can't say, oh, it's just Luke Walton. This is my 9th head coach. I've never seen that before where a coach calls out a player in front of the media like that. And I thought that's what this season's going to be about. It's about accountability from like day one. If you're going to get in a scrimmage at practice, get busted up 12-1, your team's going to lose 12-1 and you don't make an impact, you should hear it. That's it.
Great stuff, James. Thanks for jumping on with us for a little bit. James will be back regularly scheduled program tomorrow at 3. Jason Jones joins us, and we've got Kings tickets. Kings opening night. We have got you covered when we return here on D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. And that flew by.
Yeah, it did. My man James Ham.
I can talk fast.
Hey.
I nearly lost it when John tweeted that.
That was pretty funny.
I almost cracked.
Come on now.
Yeah.
You remember that though, right? Like the erector set?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the rich kid
Absolutely.
toy. Yeah. So
Yeah, I didn't have that. I had my and man, I don't even I all I had at my home was the wrestlers. My grandma had, because I'd spent a lot of time with my grandma and grandpa, the Tinker toys, and
not Lincoln
my grandma
Logs?
had no Lincoln Logs. I was never a Lincoln Log guy, but the Etch-a-Sketch. Those were the two things that
Yeah, I had Legos, a ton of Legos, and then my boys, especially my older one still asks for Legos for Christmas, even though he's 19, and you just have to get him bigger Lego sets. But he probably has 20 grand worth of Legos in this house.
Oh my God!
He has every set known to man, like all these incredible sets, and he has them all still put together. So, and we also had Thomas the Train, the wooden stuff.
It's actually kind of dope though. Like Legos, like when you put those like major projects together, they're actually kind of dope.
Well, they're very cool.
Oh yeah. Then you just don't play with him. Yeah, he's got Death Star. He's got all kinds of stuff. Yeah, so.
That's awesome.
I used to play with foil. That's what I would do.
Foil. Would you watch like Pee Wee's Playhouse? He had the giant foil ball.
No, foil balls. That's how you play baseball.
I played wiffle, and yeah, I can rake
foil ball. I used to go through packs and packs of foil playing backyard baseball.
That's awesome.
By myself, because I was only a child.
Oh, yeah. Not
But
me.
I'd hit those foil balls all up and down Mangrum Avenue.
That's awesome. I have a brother who's 15 months older than me, so all we did was play wiffle, play baseball, play football. Yeah. All right, gentlemen.
When does the second Yankees game start?
Probably 4:00.
Oh, all right. All right. Thanks,
Sweet.
James. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
Sounds good, guys.
All right. James Ham. That was awesome. That was awesome. Ham Freeze is suspended for the day because James didn't spend enough time with us. So he not enough playing time to qualify for the Ham Freeze.
This is when it would just start warming up.
Yeah, this is right around the time where it'd be like, here it comes. No, not yet. Yeah, Jason's on video. Have we checked to see if the call's better? Okay. They definitely heard Mitch. I know they heard Mitch earlier. You guys heard Mitch earlier, right?
Yeah, they heard him. They just couldn't understand him.
Well, that's
that East Coast. You guys got to have that East Coast ear.
Yeah. You missed a Drake bar, Russell. As his piece said, a singular Drake bar.
You need to run that back. Don't need to run that back for people.
I mean, it didn't go well the last time you did this.
I'm gonna have to maybe this year. The price is right. May have to do it twice this year, so I need to practice.
Drake bars are brought to you by nobody.
Sponsored by nobody.
Drake bars what? Drake bars doesn't work when someone's on the stream. Oh, yeah. It does. It does sound a little different. Yeah. That's all right. These are almost behind us, allegedly.
TC, you were bad. You're a badass kid. That sounds painful for the foil on the teeth. Like,
sound good. Does not sound good.
Damon, did you have a starter jacket?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Raiders. Silver and black. I was a Bo Jackson guy.
I had a Niners.
I think I have,
and I had
I think I eventually of like the bubble one had a Cowboys one, not the bubble one, but like the bigger, thick one. I had a Cowboys. What were you saying, Jesse? Right. Okay. I'm anxious to get in there and mess around and see what this looks like.
Yeah.
It'll be show number 543. Brian had an Oakland A's starter. Paper PT, why are you retaining a lawyer? What? Oh dear. Live on the Odyssey app. Live. You should download. Everybody should download the Odyssey app. It's one of the great ways, probably the best way to listen to D'Lo and Casey, because if you're out of town, I mean, people talk about signals. We've got this 50,000 watt signal. Dude, no one cares. They listen on their phone. Download the Odyssey app. Search ESPN 1320. Hit the heart button. You can literally listen to us anywhere in the country. We've got you. You can watch the show as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. We're on Twitter, and sources tell me we're going to be live everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially beginning as soon as Friday, with some changes coming to D'Lo and Casey. Monday, where we are allegedly going to be broadcasting live for the first time from a studio.
Nice.
Live for the first time together in the same room at the same time.
Ever. Nice. Hey, real quick. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I was going to give away Kings tickets.
Go ahead and do that real quick. I got something I want to say after that.
Okay, let's give away Kings tickets right now. We've got tickets to the opener. Of course, you can go to kings.com/tickets if you want to buy them. But why buy them when you can win them from us all week long? Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. Sacramento Kings are 1-0 right now in the preseason, but that doesn't matter. It's 1-0, and they're going to make it 1-0 in the regular season, but only if you're there. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. Win tickets for Kings opening night. Remember, we've got you covered all week, and I'm just doing some math in my head for those not just tuning in. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, unforeseen circumstances, as some would say, we're not going to be here on Thursday. I promise you we did everything we could to avoid it, but we won't be here Thursday, which means we'll have 2 pair of tickets to give away on Friday. So you're just going to have to get through Thursday. I know it'll suck. Catch up on your podcast.
Hey, listen to Corners of the Culture comes out on Thursday.
Corners of the Culture absolutely comes out on Thursday. So catch up on everything, and then be with us on Friday. We'll give away 2 pairs of tickets to see the Sacramento Kings opening night.
Yeah. I said I had one thing. I remembered I got 2 things. So I asked you if you had a starter jacket. You said you had a Raiders jacket, all this other stuff. That reminded me, our guy had a pretty, there's one thing I remember about our, the homie who has endless Starkey baby gifts.
Yes.
He had a Sharks starter jacket.
You went to school with my nemesis. Dude, torture me on social media on a daily.
Don't be have nothing to do with nothing. Just to get another gift in there.
He has a Ricky Starks gift for every occasion, and I don't understand how or why. I don't know why that I'm tweeting about the Kings. He's got a Ricky Starks gift. I'm tweeting about the 49ers. He's got a Ricky Starks gift. I'm tweeting about having a nice day. He has a Ricky Starks gift. I congratulated Jill on her new job, and he had a gift for that.
He's a relentless. He's relentless.
That's what it is.
It is hilarious. By the way, I was watching the AEW Rampage on Friday. Once again, I just want to reiterate how much I do not like Ricky Starks as a baby face.
I don't like it either.
It's not okay. Turn on somebody quick, Ricky. Come on, Rick. So there's that. So that was one thing. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was NFL legend Brett Favre, who has become a central figure in ongoing coverage of the Mississippi welfare scandal, has hired former Trump White House attorney Eric Hirschman as his lead counsel. Just a daily reminder. That's all. Just a daily reminder.
If you would like to sponsor this reminder that Brett Favre should be in jail, contact rich.ripley@odyssey.com, because not a day will go by where we don't remind you that Brett Favre should be rotting in prison right now. Brett Favre is trash. He is a horrible human being who has broken the law repeatedly and knowingly, and he deserves to be rotting in prison right now. We are going to remind you every day. So if you would like to sponsor our Brett Favre should be in jail segment, contact rich.ripley@odyssey.com. At some point, I'm just going to make Rich sponsor all of these segments. And the great part is, I know Rich is listening. Rich might be the only person in our entire building who listens to this radio show on the daily. So Rich, Thursday, we're coming for you. You watch any did you watch any basketball besides the Kings last night?
I saw a little bit of the Sixers and the Nets, not a whole lot. Saw highlights of the Grizzlies game. That was about it.
Bringing the homie Jason Jones. If the Ricky Starts Giffer is my nemesis on social media, perhaps Jason Jones is your nemesis on social media. Jason Jones minding his own business last night, just trying to watch the Los Angeles Lakers, and Kenny's got to jump in with some take about the 49ers.
I was bothering no one.
See how he behaves. See how he does that? No, we're not going to do that, because on Sunday, I was just talking about how, hey, NFL Sundays without the 49ers, it's kind of mid, just facing facts. Talking to nobody, just nobody directed, no ats. All of a sudden, the professor hops in there and talking about nobody wants to see anybody putting up 10 points.
Just saying. I mean, nobody watching football on Sunday going, you know what I missed? That 11-10 game last week.
We put up 10 points last night?
No.
Oh.
Y'all own the Rams in the regular season.
Okay.
That's Detroit, Stafford, and everything. You know, I have nothing to say about that. I'm just saying, no, when you got Tom Brady playing Patrick Mahomes that night, no one is going, you know what we really need? We really need Jimmy Garoppolo and Matt Stafford. No one said that.
Hey, man, I'm just telling you what it is, man. NFL Sundays without the Niners, kind of mid. We'll see what happens this Sunday with the Raiders not playing. Maybe it's just as mid. I don't know. I'm just telling you, when the Niners aren't playing, it is. Maybe it's just as boring when the Raiders aren't playing. I don't know.
No, you guys you don't even like Jimmy. Now you're talking about it's mid when he's not playing.
No, I do like Jimmy. I just don't have any faith in Jimmy. There's a difference.
Oh, okay.
You have faith in Derek Carr?
I don't have faith in Josh McDaniels.
Oh, okay.
I have more faith in Derek Carr than I do in Josh McDaniels. I mean, when was up that onside kick? What was that about? Like, Denver's been struggling on offense all year. What do? Let's put him at midfield just for the hell of it. It's like he's playing a game of Madden. He's like, this will get him. This will get him. I mean, your defense is not great. Their offense has been struggling. So you're going to put your struggling defense at midfield. Then one long pass during field goal range.
But, Jason, like I said a couple weeks ago, for everybody that thinks I'm a Raider hater, which is just false, I pointed it out last week when they were 0-3 and everybody was talking about how the playoffs are done. No, when 2 teams make the playoffs. No, I said, look, all you need to do is make sure you don't go 0-4. Get this one against Denver. Yeah, you got a tough one against KC. Luckily for you guys, you're getting paid handsomely to go there. But after that, once you collect your 400,000, you get, maybe
It's like they're not professionals.
maybe you can get back on the good foot. And look, by week 7 or 8, with 7 teams that make the playoffs, if you can get to 3-4 or 4-4, whatever the case may be, season's far from over.
Oh, I didn't think it was over. I was hoping maybe Tom Brady would do me a solid. I'm like, if everyone's 2-2 and you're 1-3, you're right there.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Tom didn't help me out this time. But I was not on the jump ship. The season's over with the first pick the Raiders select. There's just every game Josh McDaniels makes me go, what are you doing? Like just not. I understand being a risk. It's not even logical. Sometimes I'm like, why?
Right.
Like, even if you're in the camp of Derek Carr can't be trusted, why are you just throwing the ball when you can run sometime? They get turnovers. He's like, you know what I'm going to do? If I'm going to drop back 7 steps like Josh Jacobs. I mean, you finally got Josh healthy. He was hurt for like a year and a half, it felt like. Run him. Especially when you got a shaky offensive line. Why would you expose them by letting them drop back and letting whoever's rushing the passer hit Derek 10 times a game?
It's not over for the Rams. In all seriousness, I think they got a lot of talent on that team.
I mean,
I'm worried about the secondary, but I think they got pass rushers. Obviously, they got things on the offensive end. There's a lot of talent on that team.
I'm worried about Abram covering I'm worried about Abram covering anyone. I would like Chandler Jones to show up at some point and like touch a quarterback, but they got it. I mean, it's not over. I mean, it's never over this early. Usually, I always tell people the reason why those stats about 0-2, 0-3. Usually, those teams are just really bad teams anyway. So even if they were 3-0, they were going to end up 5-11, or I guess now 5-12. I'm like, those stats just tell you that bad teams normally don't make the playoffs.
Well, those stats should be weighted differently too now because there's an extra game. So 0-2 doesn't mean what it used to because there's a whole other game here to be played. I have bigger concerns with the Raiders with the fact that they're stepping in to take on Kansas City on Monday. Like that's a far greater concern than what they've done. And I don't know that there's a better team in football right now than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, and they still call Mahomes dad. So I mean, so proven otherwise. I mean,
a lot of people. He got a lot of kids out there.
He's
Phillip Rivers out there, boy. He got him.
That game was a couple of years ago where they went out there and beat him, but that's like where Max like broke out and was like unblockable.
That was 1-1.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, if they can, get a pass rush, maybe get a turnover or two. I mean, it's not a game where they can't win. Just because the way the NFL is, the talent gap is really close for the most part. It comes down to coaching, and then you got, do I trust Josh McDaniels against Andy Reid? Probably not, but hey, take my chances.
Well, let's get to what you were trying to do. Again, Jason Jones, the professor, just minding in his own business last night, trying to watch Kings and Lakers before he's accosted by Kenny.
The varsity game is on. Nobody was.
Varsity game was on.
I had Monday Night Raw, that and the preseason game going on. I mean, I knew the Niners and Rams were playing. It wasn't like it was a secret.
Wasn't all that interesting.
Even though I do need that shirt. I need my name above it because I've been accused of being a heel. So
you are a natural born heel.
What do I do?
That's why.
He's the bad guy who pretends like he's not bad. Like, why are you booing me? I'm an Olympic gold medalist. What are you booing me for? I
mean, what did I ever do? What did I ever do? Then we hate you. Okay, I guess it's not my fault. I tell you the truth.
You elicit a reaction, and that's all that matters. Jason Jones.
That's all you really want.
Silence.
That's all you really want. No, good or bad, you need a reaction.
What was your reaction to the Kings last night as you were attempting to watch basketball last night? What was your reaction to that Kings-Lakers game?
I mean, I pretty much watched the first half because in the second half it's kind of like, but what jumped out to me about the Kings is that part of it is who they were playing. That the Lakers are a big team. They still look really small. And I wonder how that's going to affect them defensively over the course of the season. I mean, the Lakers are kind of an anomaly because, if they're going to start Damian and AD together, that's they're going, but I just was like, wow, they look really small still.
Yeah.
And that's one of the areas that's going to be a problem. Sabonis is a good big, but he's not, he's not this big, like 7'1" type center.
Mhm.
So I just wonder if defensively they'll have problems just because against the better teams, do they have enough size? But I mean, I like the fact that De'Aaron was aggressive. I think they can't win this season at all if De'Aaron's passive. So yeah, to me, the numbers didn't mean as much as just the way they played. And De'Aaron was aggressive, and to me, that's going to be the key to them all year. If De'Aaron's aggressive, they got it. They're going to have a chance most nights if he's playing aggressively.
Yeah. Did you see anything? Because it's been talked about a lot with Mike Brown coming in and the way they have played defense the last few years. Did you see anything early on different about this team defensively at all, or was it just too early to tell? Really,
it was still early, but they still look bad. I mean, that first quarter. I mean, they were just letting Russ was just like, "Bye, let me get to the rim real quick." So I mean. And that's what I mean. You can scheme all you want. At some point, the guys you have to do something, or you got to get different guys. So I just wonder if they have enough just defensively. I mean, are we going to have another year of, hey, Harrison, how many guys can you guard? Because I think it's not a knock to say that Sabonis is not known for being a great defender.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think either one of their options at 2 guard right now is known for shutting anyone down. And De'Aaron can be when he wants to be. And it's kind of been hit or miss with De'Aaron on that end. So I'm not going to throw a whole lot into the first preseason game. Guys are still learning things, figuring things out. But at some point, we got to see, we've talked about scheme. As a couple of coaches have always told me, there's only so many schemes you can run. You can have whatever your preferred philosophy is, but at some point, you got to have guys who can do it. So I want to see just kind of in terms of the lineups, how do they decide to go with the 4? What do they do there? I mean, there's going to be a lot to be decided before you know exactly what they're going to be defensively, but I'm not going to, hit the panic button because they had a rough 8 minutes to start a preseason game.
But the biggest surprise, and James Ham mentioned this earlier, we've really been talking about it throughout the day, is how much Keegan Murray played at the 3. We've been so conditioned to Keegan Murray is the 4, but he played a lot of 3 with that second unit, and that's where he got a lot of those points that he got. I think he was 7 of 11 on the day. Yeah. He got a lot of those at the 3 spot, and it's like, man, we really conditioned ourselves that and I don't remember if Keegan was the birth of the 4-3, 3-4 in the way we talk about guys where we put the primary number first. And then the secondary number second. But it felt like with Keegan, it was always 4-3, and we saw a lot of him playing 3 last night.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is, too, is that I think if you're looking at if they're going to play those, say, Keegan and Harrison together, I don't know if it even matters what you call them. I just call them the forwards.
Mm-hmm.
Because even with KZ out there, that's another 6'8" guy.
Right.
That's not like a 4. So I mean, I just don't think in terms of that position, they don't have, outside of Mezzi, you don't have a lengthy defensive type guy out there. And to me, that's what they really need next to Sabonis. Unless you're going to, I don't think you're going to play Rashawn next to Sabonis. Mm-hmm. And even then, Rashawn is still a smaller guy on the smaller end of bigs. He's still in that 6'8", 6'9" range.
Right.
So I just think the way I'm looking at them, they're going to have 2 forwards. I don't know if it really matters what you call them, because I can see whoever the tougher matchup is defensively, that's who Harrison will be on, whether he's a bigger guy or a smaller. If it's a dynamic, if you're playing, I don't know, say a Brooklyn and they go with a Simmons, Durant, you're going to put Harrison on Durant, and if it's Keegan, you're going to put him on Ben Simmons. It's just you're going to ask Harrison to guard the bigger threat of the front court players.
Right.
Harrison, Casey, Keegan and Harrison did play together along with Davion, Sabonis, and Fox for about a minute and some change.
Yeah, it was like a little.
Yeah, before the Rashawn and the rest of the unit came in, the rest of the second unit came in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. I think we're going to see Mike doing a lot of what the other coaches have done for 15, 16 years, searching. Can you find that right mix defensively just to give them a chance, because they're going to be able to score. They got plenty of guys who can score. I mean, and it's just going to be a matter of who can defend. And the way I look at them right now, two of their better defensive options are both on the smaller end, Davion and Terrence. That doesn't help you against LeBron. That doesn't help you against a KD. Help you against a guy like a Steph, or a smaller guy. But Harrison's going to need some help at some point, and it's not fair to ask a rookie, as good as Keegan has been thus far, to ask a rookie defensively to be that guy is asking a lot.
Yeah, I agree. There's been some discussion about the roster and the depth that's on the roster. And obviously, when you talk about you taking it to the highest of the highs, like the Warriors, I don't think they have depth like that coming off the bench. But just your average run-of-the-mill NBA team this year, I think when you talk about Malik Monk, when you potentially talk about Keegan Murray or Rashawn Holmes, Davion Mitchell, I think they got some depth to this Kings roster. Do you agree, or do you look at it as it's not as good as maybe Kings fans are thinking right now?
I think it's better than what they've had. I mean, you're not in a situation where you're going, I've got 5 or 6.5 rotation players. Where you're going, okay, here's my 5, here's my bench guy, and then I'm just kind of pulling straws every night. I think you have a legit 8-9 man rotation. Now, if the debate is that rotation as good as a Warriors or a Clippers or a Phoenix or whatever going on in Phoenix, that might change. But if you're talking about that, they're not up there. No, but I mean, I think if you're bringing just say if you use last night, if you're bringing Keegan Murray, Rashawn Holmes, Davion Mitchell, and Malik Monk off the bench, that's not bad. A couple of years ago, at least 2 of those guys are starters. So to me, that's not a bad thing. It's just, it's relative to, where you're trying to be in the West and everything. And no, you can't get caught up in, well, are they as deep as the Clippers? No. But this is better than what they've had. So you've got at least a fighting chance to, make something happen with, in that the lower half or the bottom half of the West, so to speak. Not the bottom, but that 8 to 10 range. You got a chance now. And before, it was a matter of if you sat 1 or 2 guys down, it was like we're in for a long one. And even whenever they had long stretches of success, and when I say long, I mean 7-10 games. Those were usually stretches where, say, a Luke Walton was playing his starters way too many minutes to cover up for those gaps. Right. Where, normally you would, maybe sit De'Aaron at the 8-minute mark. You're playing De'Aaron to the 10-minute mark to say, to steal a couple of minutes, so you don't have to go with, say, 7 minutes of Corey Joseph. You go to 7 to 5. So they were trying to mix and match, but every coach would tell you that's only sustainable for so long. To me, that's the reason why you see at the end of the year, a couple of years ago, Harrison Barnes kind of getting hurt. And he would never say it publicly, but the talk privately was Harrison's just breaking down because we've run him into the ground all year. And I think now you're in a situation where maybe you can get a more of a normal rotation where you're not asking guys. You can get from 30 to 34 instead of 34 to 38. I mean, my God, how many minutes did Buddy Hield play in the last few years where people said there's no reason Buddy should be playing that many minutes?
All of them.
Yeah.
Literally all of them. There's no reason he should be playing any of these minutes.
It's a shot.
And then the question becomes, well, who do you play? So now you can slide. So I think the depth will help them over the course of a year, because I don't think you worry about De'Aaron, playing too many minutes and all of that, because now you can slot guys a little differently.
Oh, speaking of, is Lakers any better in that regard? Is this team still feels slim, and you're going to be relying heavily on LeBron, Anthony Davis, and probably Russell Westbrook?
I still say if they at least get a healthy season out of those guys, they'll make the playoffs. I mean, it's, to me, I know it's fashionable to make fun of how they were last year, but we can't pretend like AD didn't miss most of the season and LeBron didn't miss like 35 games. I mean, that, would they have been a good team still? No. It was clear. It was clear that Russell Westbrook was not a fan of Frank Vogel. It was quite clear. And like I said, they were my least favorite Laker team of all time just because they played like they didn't give a damn. And that's why I was like, they should have just went ahead and put Frank out of his misery and fired him in like December or January. Those guys didn't care. And once they realized they weren't going to be like a title contender, they really packed it in. So I think they'll be better because they'll at least care. And if they have some health, I think they'll be in the playoffs. And then it comes, if you're them, it comes down to, can you beat LeBron? Assuming that LeBron doesn't, tail off a lot this year and that AD's healthy, can you beat those two guys 4 times? And I think if you're going into a series, that's still going to be daunting, but they got to get there. I mean, I by no means watched the first quarter and popped any champagne last night saying, yeah, they're fixed. But I think having some energy guys like a Pat Bev is going to help them. I think just getting some guys who aren't 40 is going to help them too. Yeah. So I think they'll be better provided they're healthy. And then, Russ comes off the books and then we can start the Kyrie watch in LA. Which is really just like, God, I mean, damn. Kyrie does so many nice things and then he goes videos that he shit. It's just like
Kyrie West. Yeah.
I don't know what to make of him sometimes.
Yeah.
The professor, Jason Jones.
Real quick, while the professor is here.
Oh Lord. You leave this man alone.
No. Names are on the dotted line. So I guess we can let the people know.
Oh, yeah.
The vibes are back. J Street Vibes officially back. Let me get some air horns for that one because the people, they need to know they've been waiting. J Street Vibes is back. My man, Jason Jones, Kenny Caraway, coming to Odyssey Podcast Network near you.
We can argue about the Niners on the podcast. It won't be any Kings. It'll just be arguing about the Niners.
Yeah, and last time we were talking about the Niners.
It'll be fun this time of year too because we got the playoffs at least for baseball. At least I got baseball playoffs. So
as long as Jason,
you got about 2 weeks, bro.
You're all doing like 9 episodes a week, right? Is that what Danny talked you into? Like 9 episodes a week. As long as Jason can drink on at least one of them, I
promise to do that. I promise to do that. If I got a sponsor, we got somebody's name behind it. I will drink their. I will drink that every episode if you want.
Hey, got to keep climbing.
They talk about like Big Eon. I think it was Long Kiss Goodnight, where they're like, "Yo, it never made the album, but he just went off on Tupac on that one." Is that what the song is? Long Kiss Goodnight or
Long Kiss Goodnight?
Yeah,
it's like he just went crazy, but you'll never hear it because they never put it out.
They put enough out on that song where it was like we knew he was talking
later around
True. But the night the Dodgers won the World Series, there was Jason Jones had a biggie before Long Kiss Goodnight rant.
I was gone. I was
drinks. And
I was under the energy. I will not lie. I mean, I woke up the next day like, I hope I didn't say anything that's because I was on one and let them win this year. Oh yeah, it'll be even worse.
Oh man, that's great stuff. Well, happy to hear that the vibes are back. J Street Vibes are back. Jason, we appreciate you, brother. Thanks as always.
Always. See you next week.
Jason Jones, the professor, right there from the Athletic. Oh, next week, doesn't he say? Got to ask him about the White Rabbit. Go ahead and make that switch. The White Rabbit, the Bray Wyatt storyline. Don't make that confused look. There's some of the best stuff that WWE is doing right now. But I'm happy to hear that.
Sure. Yeah. No, I feel you.
I'm happy to hear that J Street Vibes is back. It's long been rumored. 12 Kings podcast a week coming your way.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm recording in between commercial breaks of this show.
Kenny doesn't know he signed like one of them old New Edition style contracts to do this podcast. Like he
signed a 360
deal. Kenny didn't even read the deal that he signed with Danny in San Francisco. Was just like, go ahead, sign that. No, yeah, Kenny, it's You don't have to read it. Just sign that. You're going to be rich. I promise. All you need is 10 million people to download this podcast. 10 million people download this podcast. You're a rich man.
What did he say on Dre Day? He's like, yeah, just sign your life. I mean, your name on the dotted.
That's the guy who was running through my head, but I couldn't remember exactly what he said. But it's definitely the Dre Day video right there. Man, that's a lot of Kings content coming up this season between D'Lo and KC, J Street Vibes, the Kings Beat, Deuce and Mo, the Kings Herald. Man, we've the whole family got you covered here, man. That's great stuff.
Absolutely, man. We got this Kings season on.
I'm gonna miss you though. I'm gonna miss doing the show together. It's tough that your time is going to be consumed now by doing this podcast 14 times a week.
Like I said, no more 13th round. That's just going to be more time for me to record the podcast.
It's like, okay, guys, we're going to record a podcast right here. We got 5 minutes. Let's go. Jesse, clip that. Put it on the feed. Put it on the feed.
We're going to fill in all of Jason's responses later. Like I'm just clipping everything I got to say in commercial breaks.
All of Jason's responses is going to be, yep. I mean, nope. And they're just going to be clipped in at various points throughout the show. It's weird. There really isn't another game till Sunday. This is just poor preseason scheduling.
Yeah.
Like, why is there no game? And I know there's one Friday. So there's a game. Where are we at? There's a game Sunday, Wednesday,
and Friday. Yep.
But there's nothing for the next 5 days.
Feels like the Kings, I'm not going to say drop the ball, but I think other teams are playing this week. Like the Lakers, I think have a game in the middle of this week.
That Kings, why are there 3 games next week? That's ridiculous. The Kings Blazers game should, at the worst, should have been on Saturday. Be out there at the Golden One Center on a Saturday for that. Could have done that. Instead, I'm not going because it's a football day. The 49ers and Panthers play at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We got a job to do.
I can't. I'm not going to be able to make it up to the draft lounge. Remember that whole fiasco?
As opposed to the drought lounge?
Yeah.
I still think the spelling of draft is ridiculous.
I do too.
I haven't texted your boss to see if we can go to the Kings Lakers on Friday night, though. I'm gonna send that one out, and it's gonna be tough because now we've got Sac State responsibilities on Saturday. Kings Lakers. You know what's crazy about that? If all of this goes according to plan, there's a very real situation where D'Lo and KC are going straight to the Kings Lakers game after leaving the D'Lo and KC studio in Roseville. That would put you out of the house for the entire day.
Yeah, that might not help my causes.
I can't tell if the Queen Bee would be excited about that or frustrated by it.
I may be at the home studios that day.
May very well. The new studio lasts 4 days. Kenny can't come to work today. He's just going to do the show at home. Just going to do the show at home. But yeah, they got the Blazers on Sunday, the Suns on Wednesday in Phoenix, and then they'll end against the Lakers on Friday. They have nothing until Sunday. And I mean, I guess from a practice aspect, that's good, but also from Mike Brown's aspect, it's like, all right, I got 3 games in 5 nights. What the hell are we doing? Right. I gotta map this out a little bit here.
3 games in 5 nights, and then they play on Wednesday.
And then they play on Wednesday.
4 and
because the last game's Friday, and then they're off until they don't play again until the Wednesday. Yeah, they're not playing again until that Blazers opener. I thought about James this morning when I scheduled my haircut and just laughed. Like, no, I'm getting my haircut on the day of the game. Like, if I could get it cut like right before I left, I would. But yeah, we're gonna be in the building at the Golden One Center on the 19th. And there are people actively working to keep us out, but I assure you, we will be there.
Crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Hey, when you're desperate, man, you'll do anything you can. You will do anything you can.
For desperate measures, I guess.
Final takeaways. Obviously, we'll talk more about the Kings tomorrow. Olivia Christian will be with us tomorrow. James Ham will be with us tomorrow. We'll work on solidifying a couple of other people. we'll talk a lot more about the Kings overall. Walking away with a very positive feel for how the Kings played, a very positive feel for how that second unit played. I really loved the obviously the play of Keegan Murray was tremendous, and I loved the play of Rashawn Holmes. I just love the play for him because I felt like that had to feel good for him, playing a limited amount of time, being as productive as he was, given the season that he had last year. I don't have a lot of negative takeaways besides free throws, and you got to get those 3-pointers to fall more times than not.
Yeah, man, make it free throws. 3-pointers come and go. You'll be able to, have good nights and bad nights with that. Always got to have the good nights at the free throw line. That's what something I want to see working on. But other than that, it was a positive night last night down at crypto.com arena.
If you missed any part of today's show, you can download the D-Lo and KC podcast here on the Odyssey app or on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get podcasts from. Just search D-Lo and KC. Hit the subscribe button. Search Corners of the Culture as well if you want more D-Lo and KC content. We're recording a new episode here in just a couple of minutes to drop on Thursday. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. And no matter where you are, make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I love the Kings and the Niners.
That's a wrap.
I should have said I love Jim Barnett, Dr. David. I do love Jim Barnett. And yeah, Bob Fitzgerald's the guy that I'm not a fan of. To be fair, I've never met the guy. He could be a very nice guy. I just don't, when he was on the radio and when he broadcast games, it's just not my cup of tea. It's just not my cup of tea. There's not a lot of broadcasts that bother me. I'll turn the volume down on a Warriors broadcast.
Oh, that's the one. That's no, we can 49ers broadcasts are just ass. Just trash. D-Lo gonna need something special for being out of the house alone. BC, you ain't wrong. I was thinking about that this morning. Extra green juice in a minute shot. That's funny. But man, you ain't wrong. You are not wrong, my brother.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here now because I'm gonna go handle that little situation I started off the stream talking about.
Oh yeah, go do that.
I gotta handle that.
Yeah, and we'll be back here in an hour. Well, Kenny and I will be back in an hour.
Look,
recording a masterpiece for you.
So real quick, the funny thing is I text my my Terminex guy, right? Because he comes out, does whatever he does, whatever. I think it was our guy Mark Wong. He was like, "Yeah, call the exterminator. They'll come out and get it." And I wasn't gonna be like, "Yo, Nick, can you come get that?" I wasn't gonna do that. But I was like, "Hey, Nick, I found that rat that I told you about. He was in the storage." It's like, nice. That's you don't have a certain trap. You don't have a utensil where I can use. No, just nice. All right.
Cool, man. Just toss it in the trash. I told you throw the whole storage thing away. It's gone. Burn it. Cremate that motherfucker and keep it moving.
I don't have a utensil that I get.
Why are we like the thing is dead? Like what are we afraid of? Like are we
diseases?
Well, I'm not saying you just pick it up with your hands and then go get like some chips. I'm saying like even with like a rake, we get like sketchy with it. Yeah. And I think there's this fear that it's going to come back alive.
Yeah.
That's ultimately what it is. There's this fear that this dead rodent is going to come back alive and attack us and bite us. And then we'll be like Rat Man or something.
To be fair, I think that's probably with any dead thing.
Yeah.
Like if there was anything dead back there, like, oh, just go get it. No, I don't want to go get that thing. It's not alive.
Yeah. And I'm not, just get a rake, scoop it up.
No, because where it's at, like the rake isn't really going to help. I'm going to get a shovel. I'm going to scoop it up with the shovel, scoop it in the trash.
Okay.
Be no big deal.
I hope it doesn't come back alive though.
Oh, bruh.
Now he's just going to have two parts of a rat. Don't do that to that poor rat. Give that rat a proper burial, for goodness sakes.
No, it's no burial. You're out of here.
Thing could be hibernating for all you know.
See?
That's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. All right, man. Go take care of that. We'll see you back here in an hour. Thank y'all for being with us. We will see you guys tomorrow. We appreciate you. Hit the thumbs up before you go, though. I think we're close to 200. We're really close to 200. I'm gonna double check right here. Come on, man. We need 12 more. Get us 12 more likes before you get out of here. We appreciate you guys, man. See you tomorrow. 12 likes. Let's